Chapter 263. Lilith Milan, formerly known as Fina Milan, was a high-level blood tribe member. She was the main character of the Sleeping Beauty fairy tale. Due to her past, she lacked trust and a sense of security towards men, which was why her sexual orientation was slightly off. But ever since the era of Sulphur Mountain City, she had been my most trusted subordinate. Fine, the main reason was that my other subordinates were far too unreliable and untrustworthy. She separated work from personal matters, was calm when faced with problems, and was deeply trusted by her colleagues. Most importantly, she had common sense, which was more than enough to leave those bastards behind. Due to Amelia's appearance, after her background and identity were exposed, the Church of Law's higher-ups' first reaction was whether or not she would leave. Without her, it would be difficult for the Church of Law to operate normally. That would be a huge problem. Fortunately, she had already made her choice by quietly working hard. She still chose to remain in the Church of Law. However, a few days ago, she and Amelia suddenly left, which surprised us quite a bit. She didn't tell us anything about what she had left behind. Now that we met her here, although we still had a method to communicate with each other, we were still quite surprised. "Why are you here? Isn't Amelia together with you? Where's she?" Lilith's face was pale as she shook her head. However, the blood seeping out of the corner of her mouth was the best explanation. When looking closely, it was obvious that she was ill and in poor condition. You're injured? Are your injuries serious?" Lilith's life form had been changed by a secret forbidden spell. She was a special blood tribe with no previous generations. She was a so-called true ancestor. Although she was quite young compared to other blood tribe members, not only did she not fear sunlight, she was also quite powerful. Vampires were also blessed by the heavens when it came to recovering from injuries. When even her most precious blood went out of control, it was likely that she was seriously injured. "Cough. I'm a bit injured. I didn't drink blood." I instantly understood. Due to certain reasons, Lilith's long-term meal ticket had always been girls she was close to. She had never attacked anyone before. Apparently, as a blood tribe member who followed the Church of Law, she had a rather high moral bottom line. Even though she was injured, she had no intention of attacking anyone. She had actually managed to survive until now, but now that her injuries were so severe, her instincts were almost out of control. She was even looking at Yawen with green eyes. Why was this picky vampire only looking at Yawen? Kolos had been Lilith's colleague for many years. Kolos knew exactly what she was thinking. Not only that, she had also been sent out on a mission today. Heloise appeared to be quite delicious, but Lilith's blood tribe instincts reminded her that underneath her beauty was definitely a terrifying monster. She couldn't even open her mouth. Little Red's dragon blood would be quite nutritious, but Lilith didn't even dare to mention it. Lilith's only choice was probably the female gray elf knight. "I can handle it." But since he was coughing up blood as he spoke, it was obvious that he couldn't continue holding on like this. Regardless of whether it was Drool's life magic or the Holy Knight's holy light, they would only have a negative effect on the blood tribe. Herbs and first aid wouldn't work on an undead body either. If he continued to lose blood, it was hard to say whether he would be able to maintain his sanity. "Let me do it." Although that was what Yawen said, I knew that she wouldn't be able to do it. The moonlight ritual had a process that was similar to needles constantly piercing through the skin. The blood loss would be quite significant, and it would be difficult to replenish the blood loss now. Not to mention, it was quite easy for the blood tribe to lose control when they were injured. It would be difficult to say if Yawen was killed. Who else can do it? All right then, since there were no females, I would just have to make do with males. Lilith glanced over at me. Cohen was too weak, Eaglestorm was too old, and biting Bayfoam was too dangerous for her. Then, her green eyes landed on me. She discovered to her astonishment that my master's blood had an alluring aroma similar to that of 300-year-old red wine. "Master!" Her hungry gaze sent chills down my spine. I looked left and right, only to see that everyone was taking pleasure in my misfortune and that everyone was retreating in unison. I had dug a hole for myself, so I could only helplessly stretch out my sleeves and look out the window, not daring to even look. Be a little gentler. I'm most afraid of injections. Right? My blood vessels are rather deep, so you won't need to insert too many needles, right? Just bite me. All right then, at the very least, she was much better than those lousy nurses. Even though I was bleeding from just one mouthful, even though I was clearly reaching out with my arm, it was my neck that was hurting, who said that it would feel great to have their blood sucked out by a blood tribe member. Step out, and I guarantee that I won't beat them to death. As for that strange, numbing pleasure after that, it was definitely a misconception. Yep, a misconception. What a rare delicacy, as expected of the Peach King. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't get to drink anymore. You're saying that a dimensional descent occurred? How is that possible? Yes, Aunt Amelia. Why does this sound so strange? Met with an incredibly powerful opponent, and we were separated. But that's how she came to this conclusion. Soon Lilith, who was now full of energy, was revived. She also explained what had happened in high spirits. It turned out that Amelia's sudden departure had been due to a major incident. The border conflict between the Bardi Empire and the Mage Country had already escalated into a local war. However, such a small matter wouldn't be enough to affect Amelia. After all, although she was one of the highest-ranked archmages in the Mage Country, as well as a member of the Bardi Empire's royalty, not only had she been inactive for many years, it was likely that both Bardi Empire and Bardi Empire wanted to remove her from the Bardi Empire due to her ridiculous behavior. What truly made her decide was a private message she received from her subordinates back in the Bardi Empire. The message mentioned that a large-scale blood sacrifice had occurred in Port Victoria, a commercial city that had just become part of the Bardi Empire. There seemed to be signs of high-level undead appearing there as well. Not only that, more than 20 strange black towers had been erected outside the city. The tips of these towers seemed to have purplish-black crystals that were glowing, and there seemed to be ghosts wailing in the surroundings. Soul-summoning towers were incredibly common in undead magic. Just like archmages' mage towers, they were also common mage fortresses. There were countless different types of towers based on their functions and sizes, but the most basic function was definitely there, summoning the souls of the dead and refining the souls into the undead mage's mana to increase the power of undead magic. As long as there were enough dead and undead in the area, an undead archmage with a soul-summoning tower would have nearly limitless mana. This was also why the gods despised the undead. However, the creator of the soul-summoning tower didn't dare to go too far or even interfere with the cycle of reincarnation. Souls that had their mana extracted from them could still enter the cycle of reincarnation. But the prerequisite was that they hadn't been transformed into an undead due to extreme hatred and pain. Although soul-summoning towers were weaker than mage towers, they were often made of undead materials, which meant that they were much cheaper to build and took much less time to build. Of course, the side effect was that everyone would want to beat them up. And whenever a soul-summoning tower was erected in a certain location, it would doubtlessly mean that a high-level undead already existed there, which would mean that the Holy Church's crusaders would probably be on their way. But since the Bardi Empire has already exiled the Holy Church and Holy Light job class members, and the government is still strangely silent, the various organizations and citizens of Port Victoria can only fend for themselves. Aunt Amelia has a friend there. Unfortunately, by the time we arrived, the situation was already in chaos. The undead plane's descent has already begun. Lilith's story caused everyone in the room to suck in a cold breath. Although she said it so casually, anyone who knew what a dimensional descent was could imagine the hellish tragedy. But what astonished me even more was that Amelia actually had friends. Ahem, let's get back to the main topic. Are you certain that it's a dimensional descent and not just the opening of a death plane dimensional door? This is Aunt Amelia's judgment. Plus, with everything that happened afterwards, there should be no mistake. Dimensional descent was a term that mages rarely used. It referred to the fact that two planes were so close to each other that parts of the plane would overlap. This usually happened around dimensional doors. For example, if the Earth elemental dimensional door in Antun had successfully opened, the surrounding environment would undergo elemental dimensional transformation. The large number of small and medium-sized Earth elementals that naturally formed at that time was the best evidence. But even if a dimensional door was completely connected, it would still count as the surrounding environment undergoing dimensional transformation. There wouldn't be a complete overlap between the two planes. If the dimensional transformation brought about by an ordinary dimensional door was like adding sugar to a cup of water, then a dimensional descent would be the equivalent of 2 cups of water being squeezed into a cup. The end result would most likely be the cup shattering. If the dimensional descent is an elemental plane, then more than half of the living creatures in the area will instantly die. The remaining survivors will also take on the characteristics of elemental creatures, and they'll probably never be able to return to the mortal plane. If the dimensional descent is an undead plane filled with negative energy, undoubtedly, as a magic expert, Heloise was the most qualified to make a judgment. But judging from her current expression and silence, she didn't seem too optimistic about the current Victoria port. I trust Amelia's judgment. If it really is the death plane, there's no need to think about saving anyone. All the living will instantly transform into the dead, and a part of the death plane will appear there. Moreover, it was most likely permanent. This is even more troublesome than the land of the dead. I nodded. Heloise's judgment was basically the same as mine, but I thought of even more trouble. Since Amelia has already become a part of the undead plane, then certain existences that are restricted by the dimensional laws of the undead plane can descend here. No wonder Amelia was in trouble. It's highly likely that she encountered a true undead emperor. Obviously, the famous city of Victoria had already become history. Almost 1 million people had been transformed into undead, and the undead plane's leaders had their own outposts. However, I felt that since the Bardi Empire had paid such a heavy price, it would definitely leave a bad name in history. That wouldn't be all. The Bardi officials aren't responding at all. No, they've blocked off all information. When I escaped, I even saw the night squadron blocking off the main road leading to Victoria. Not only that, the caped undead were openly communicating with the military officers, while the skeleton soldiers and zombies were being taken in by the human officers. It was evident that they had reached an agreement. Also, I heard some news. It seems that the Bardi officials are spreading the news that the new undead army is helping the Bardi Empire defeat the Mage country. Although there's quite a bit of protest, it seems that the Bardi officials are suppressing them. Victoria Harbor was by the sea, and the Mage country was on the other side of the strait. With so much information appearing, I could pretty much guess what the Bardi Empire intended to do. Victoria Harbor was originally a commercial city that belonged to another country. It was a territory that the Bardi Empire had only recently obtained, so it wasn't in the Bardi Empire's favor to begin with. There weren't many warships stationed at the commercial port, and the small and medium-sized merchant ships that were stationed at the port wouldn't be able to carry many people. The Bardi Empire's famous and powerful land forces would only become targets even if they entered the Strait of Debar. It would be impossible for them to use their geographical advantage for military operations. So much information had appeared. It would be quite troublesome if my guess was correct, so I directly asked Heloise, "How wide is the Strait of Debar? I only want the distance in a straight line." Yawen directly took out a map and used a ruler to draw on it. She then abruptly raised her head after calculating the distance. "It's less than 200 kilometers. If the undead army has to travel at full speed, 1 day and night will definitely be enough. The undead didn't fear exhaustion, nor did they need to breathe. What other life forms viewed as insurmountable natural obstacles were nothing more than flat roads for the undead. The seawater was turbulent. The waves were deadly. Even with such a violent storm raging on the horizon, the bottom of the ocean should still be calm. All the ports on the other side of the sea that could reach the shore were being guarded? In that case, let's just find a random, unguarded area and go ashore. Using the undead's unique life form to use all sorts of unconventional tactics was something that I had left behind in the past. But since there was already a precedent, it naturally became a conventional tactic. At this point, the situation was already very clear. Even the king of a country would not be so obviously reckless. At the very least, if he wanted to unify the various forces in the country, he would have to attach a shell of common interest to his crazy actions and give his subordinates a justifiable reason. The current Bardi Empire was probably still in a cooperative relationship with the undead emperors. As long as the undead could prove their worth, there would be even more opportunities to cooperate with them. Naturally, the undead would also be of assistance. As for Victoria Harbor, which had just been taken over by the Bardi Empire's enemies, who would care about that? If the undead army suddenly launches a surprise attack from underwater, with a high-level undead present, even the mage country might not be able to defend against it. It's likely that Amelia received some sort of information, which is why she personally came here. Lilith, do you have any detailed information on Amelia? Lilith had an uneasy expression as she shook her head. She seemed to lack confidence. No. The dimensional descent happened not long after we arrived. I'm a member of the blood tribe, so I'm naturally fine. But Aunt Amelia, no matter how strong she is still a human. She previously fought against a very strong opponent, and I think she was injured. I smiled at Lilith's unease. Perhaps this would be a desperate situation for others, but I didn't feel that anything would happen to that insane witch. Her existence far surpassed the limits of life. Relax. She's even more inhuman than you are. Relax, Lady Lilith. I can sense that in that direction, Lady Amelia's life force is still as strong as ever. Not only can she last for a month, she can even last for 2 or 3 years. Right now, the one in trouble isn't her. It's the undead that angered her. Lilith was rather skeptical of Eaglestorm's conclusion as he closed his eyes in deep thought. That was because even the legend Droll wouldn't be able to make such a conclusion from such a great distance. However, Heloise and I exchanged glances. Eaglestorm had also seen Amelia's complete form in the earth elemental plane. As a forest dweller, Drool's perception of the forest was a natural talent ability, so it was quite normal for him to make such a judgment. If he said that Amelia wouldn't be in trouble for the time being, then she really would be fine. Even if the worst-case scenario was that Amelia revealed her complete form, she still wouldn't be easy to deal with. I relaxed when I thought of this, but since so much had happened, it was obvious that the rest of our itinerary was set. Speed up the preparations and gather all the equipment. We'll depart the day after tomorrow at the latest. It'll be best if we can find a merchant group to protect us. If not, we'll just sneak across. Chapter 264. Unlike the Northlands, which were still covered in ice and snow, spring came especially early in the central plains of the south. Within 2 weeks of the first spring rain, the temperature would rapidly rise. Continuous spring rain was also a symbol of the new year. To use the church's usual explanation, the winter goddess, Tonia, had directly handed over the authority to the spring goddess, Ardiel. In this season of spring, plants that had hibernated for an entire winter would begin to sprout, and hungry animals would begin to hunt for food. A new cycle of the year would begin, and all living things would begin to recover. New life would be born in this golden time of spring. All right, let's stop here. To be honest, let's start with making money. Since spring had arrived, business opportunities had also arrived. In this era of cold weapons, people still relied on horses and carriages to travel. In winter, the roads would be covered in ice, making it inconvenient to travel. Goods and daily necessities would be transported very slowly. After an entire winter, every household would use up a lot of resources and would need to replenish all sorts of necessities. That was why every spring was the golden time for merchant caravans to make money. It was acceptable to raise the price slightly. Plus, there was a tremendous demand for goods. For merchants who specialized in this line of work, the astonishing profits from the first batch of goods could even account for 30% of their annual profits. The Lugraz kingdom was rich in silk, green luminescent crystals, redwood staffs, and three-leafed rosemary. Green luminescent crystals and three-leafed rosemary were magic casting materials, while redwood staffs were excellent magic staffs. Both the Mage Country and the Bardi Empire imported large quantities of redwood staffs. Where there was demand, there would be sellers. Every year at the beginning of the year, merchant caravans would set out on time as soon as the last snow fell. They would go to a foreign country and exchange their specialties for gold coins. On the way back, the gold coins would be exchanged for various specialties from the Bardi Empire. This would be a tremendous return trip. But just like in a certain other world, although the profits from border trade were extraordinarily high, the risks were also high. If one met with bandits or illegal officials, it would be good enough if they could keep half of their goods. If one's luck was too bad, they might even run into military rebellions, wars, or other unexpected factors, which would result in nothing. But in this generation, the most dangerous thing would be to attract the attention of a certain domain lord. After all, no matter how great a merchant's connections were, they would still be able to reach neighboring countries. As long as there was a reasonable reason, it would be easy for some major nobles to take over a foreign merchant's wealth. Businesses that ordinary people wouldn't dare to do would naturally not be ordinary people. Businesses that dared to do border trade were usually not to be trifled with. They either had powerful backgrounds or were even connected to the royalty of various countries, making them completely unafraid of ordinary domain lords' extortion. Or they had the power to protect themselves, such as keeping mercenary groups. After all, the only people that could protect themselves when they were outside were the trustworthy combat strength that they had. The leader of the Veji Merchant Guild wasn't a noble who had inherited the Bardi Empire's bloodline. It was obvious that the Merchant Guild belonged to the latter, although their Merchant Guild was a new merchant guild that had only risen to prominence less than 20 years ago. Due to the painstaking efforts of the previous generation's leaders, they had basically monopolized the Merchant Guild's trade route from the Bardi Empire's Annalisa City to the Lugraz Kingdom's Anton City. Their private mercenaries wouldn't be any weaker than a minor domain lord's army. But this year, the situation was slightly different. It would seem that I can only hope that I won't make a loss this time. Cindy Veji was one of the Merchant Guild's higher-ups. He was currently 46 years old, and he had been doing this trade route for almost 30 years. But unlike in the past, the Bardi Empire's internal situation had been rather chaotic recently, with all sorts of rumors constantly spreading. Merchants were naturally sensitive to danger. In their eyes, when a country experienced major internal unrest, the economy would naturally be in trouble. Recently, there had been many rumors of strange, magical beasts and undead appearing within the Bardi Empire, which greatly decreased the number of merchant caravans traveling between the two countries. Cindy Veji could see the tense situation and felt anxious inside, but there was nothing he could do. He had already placed many orders last year, and he couldn't afford to offend some of his longtime customers. Thus, he had no choice but to leave. Desperate times called for desperate measures. The leader of the Veji Merchant Guild was actually willing to spend a large sum of money to hire 2 of the top 10 mercenary groups in the Lugraz Kingdom. He even requested that they send elite combat strength at the level of a team leader. In the end, the strong ones did come. The Eagle Swallow mercenary groups, Fallen Star Sword, Jost, and the North Horn mercenary groups, White Dragon Carlagier, were both incredibly famous and powerful individuals. As promised, they also brought their own elite subordinates. However, it was likely that the profits from this trip wouldn't even be enough to pay the mercenary fees. Please don't meet with any real trouble, especially not those undead that don't care about their lives. If the mercenaries they hired didn't fight, according to the usual practice, they would only need to pay 80 to 90% of the mercenaries' fees. They wouldn't need to pay a high amount of compensation for any losses, so they would at least be able to recoup some of their costs. Sir Cindy, why do you always have such a sad expression? The weather today is really nice. You should at least be happy to be able to walk more. In Cindy's eyes, this smiling golden-haired youth only appeared to be 15 or 16 years old. However, after some deep conversation, Cindy discovered that he was unable to see through this youth named Rollo. Although Rollo seemed childish and mischievous, he was actually quite talented in business. Sometimes Cindy would casually say something, and Cindy would think about it for a long time. In the end, he would even feel that what Rollo said made a lot of sense. When the Silver Coin Mercenary Group, which had all sorts of strange members, came to Cindy's door of their own volition and offered to hire him at an incredibly low price, Cindy had been quite astonished. He had even thought that they were plotting something, but when he saw the goods they were carrying, he realized that he had been overthinking things. They had only intended to hitch a ride with him. Their so-called service was only a cover. Their true goal was to use Cindy's large caravan to make a small fortune. Normally, hitching a ride on a caravan would be a taboo. Normally, Cindy wouldn't accept such a thing. However, when Cindy exposed the true meaning of hitching a ride, Cindy quite frankly admitted that he wasn't, and even offered to pay a considerable amount of travel fees to the Merchant Association. We absolutely must deliver this batch of Wanlua wine. The world isn't peaceful right now, and we're so weak that we wouldn't dare to travel by ourselves. We'll pay you, and if we really do meet with trouble, having more people will be more helpful. Of course, since they were finally able to travel together, I really didn't know if the money I gave Cindy in private would be of any use. Right, Captain Rollo, could you tell me more about the relationship between bank loans and market prices that you mentioned yesterday? There were still some things that I didn't understand yesterday. For example, if I could work with the bank. For Cindy, who had been in the business world for half his life, he had learned quite a lot over the past few days. Although Cindy was young, he was as expected of a mage famed for his wisdom. Cindy's personal view of the loan industry and the banking industry. Yep, according to Cindy, they should all be collectively referred to as finance. Cindy's personal view of finance was completely different from that of most people. Although his views were quite unorthodox, if one thought about it carefully, one would find that his views were quite reasonable. Now that I saw Cindy, who was endlessly talking about business, I regretted that I had been so talkative as to say all those random financial sayings. Originally, I wanted to pretend to be a merchant to join Cindy's group, so I casually mentioned some economic theories from my previous world. I didn't expect that he would actually take it seriously, and even ask me about it with great interest. I'm a law major, so I've never been interested in economics to begin with. I know so much about the economic theories, so if he kept asking, I could only make up nonsense. As for how to make a lie seem like the truth, all we needed to do was place a lie within another easily seen through lie, and have the smart person expose the lie and find the truth that they wanted. Being able to meet Cindy's merchant group was a pleasant surprise. However, it would be quite difficult to sneak into their heavily guarded merchant group. If we voluntarily introduced ourselves to them, they would likely reject us, and if we showed off our strength, they would instead suspect that we were up to no good. That was why I decided to buy a batch of wine and make a fake order, pretending to be a merchant who wanted to save money and become a mercenary. But now, my headache was that I had been too successful in my disguise. I had casually said a few random words, but this merchant in front of me treated them like a treasure. If I continued asking, I would really expose myself. Sure, that's forbidden. All right then, since I didn't know how to respond, I might as well treat it as a secret that I didn't want to tell. Although my answer and lines weren't cute at all, the result was that Cindy took me even more seriously. He switched from direct attacks to indirect attacks, and asked me every day to try to get information out of me. Today was already the third day since we left, and Cindy was still asking me questions the moment we met in the morning. Just as I was about to continue bluffing him, A sudden commotion behind us and the sound of weapons clashing attracted our attention. Again, we felt rather helpless now. There was no such thing as the first place in literature or the second place in martial arts. People of the same trade would always be enemies. Another side effect of us joining the merchant group as an adventuring group was that the other two mercenary groups in the merchant group viewed us with hostility and displeasure. We've already accepted the escort mission, and we're already displeased that the two large mercenary groups split the reward equally. What's the meaning of you guys jumping out at us? Even though I had already said that I wouldn't fight with them for the reward, sometimes in this line of work, one had to fight for pride. Over the past 2 days, the other mercenary groups had provoked us quite a few times. According to usual practice, if we were in the wrong, it would be over after we suffered a loss. But even though I had asked them to pretend to be weak, none of them were easy to deal with. They promised us to the face, and then went against us behind our backs. In the end, the mercenary groups suffered quite a bit, and the result was that the two large mercenary groups kept trying to regain their pride, only to end up losing more and more. And right now, it was doubtlessly another accident that caused a dispute. Suddenly, a purple magical shadow of starlight appeared in the sky above the camp, and the source of it was the noisy area. That should be Captain Jost's famous epic-ranked weapon, the Fallen Star Sword, right? As expected of a gold-ranked weaponsmith. What a terrifying aura. It seems that Captain Jost is getting serious. At this point, Captain Rollo doesn't seem to be worried about his own people getting injured at all. I smiled wryly and shook my head. I'm worried, of course I'm worried. I'm just worried about that Fallen Star Sword. Let's go and take a look. I hope that nothing bad happens. Damn it, that idiot actually challenged Little Red. Cindy, do you have coffins with you? I'll buy one. Oh, no, I don't think I'll need a coffin anymore. Did you bring a tombstone? While Roland and his group were still on the road, the Bardi Empire's surprise attack plan met with a small, unexpected problem. With the full power of numerous obsidian soul towers, the dimensional descent of the undead was indeed a success. Large numbers of low-level undead were created. However, in this world filled with negative energy, where even the horizon had turned gray, there was a patch of green that was abnormally eye-catching in this monotonous world. You still haven't figured out what that is? Damn it, why is there a forest there? And it's even attacking a forest of undead. The Lich Alu had originally thought that this would be a simple task. All he had to do was control a large number of low-level undead to slaughter the defenseless humans. However, the sudden appearance of a strange forest caused his plan to lag far behind his expectations. When he thought about how the undead emperors treated those who failed, even though he had already lost his senses, he still felt a chill run down his spine. My lord, there are more and more strange plants in that forest. The forest is also starting to spread, and the most inconceivable thing is the black-robed blood tribe member Kaka's voice became softer and softer. It seemed that he had a guess, but he wasn't sure. What is it? Just tell me. It feels like that popular board game Zombies versus Plants. All the plants can be seen in the chess pieces. I'm a veteran player, so I can tell at a glance. And those plants are all specially made to fight against the undead. Those pea shooters can even shoot holy light bullets. Those magical vines can even absorb the power of death. And those plant bombs even contain holy water. It feels like this forest is the natural enemy of the undead. Alu paused in surprise for a moment, but then became furious. He used his magic to create a large hand of ice and grabbed that unlucky blood tribe member. What? Our undead army has become someone else's game? We're playing a monkey show in someone else's eyes. The furious Lich thought about the consequences of not completing his mission, and he let loose his magic, causing all the high-level undead around him to hurriedly retreat. Only that unlucky blood tribe member who was frozen pale was desperately trying to think of a way to save himself. My lord, since the enemy's army types are common in the game, we can think of a way to deal with them in the game. The Lich Alu nodded as he rubbed his chin, which only had bones left. Such as? The unlucky Blood Tribe member furiously racked his brains and managed to come up with a few ideas. For example, burrowing zombies, flying zombies, metal bucket zombies. The plants can only defend one side, so we can have our air force attack them. We can even take a detour. There are so many ways. Yep, not bad. You lead the team. All right, dying in battle was better than being executed by his superior. The Blood Tribe member Kaka, who wanted to cry but had no tears, immediately led a new batch of his undead army out. However, the result was the same as before. Flying? Dandelion bombs that can shatter the air are waiting for you. Burrowing? The magical vines and magical plants' roots had long since created a fatal, soul-stealing network, giving the undead a layer of protection. A gigantic, man-eating flower that suddenly reached out from the ground and devoured everything. Taking a detour? This wasn't a game. The entire mountain was filled with forests, so where would they find a way back? The unlucky, Kaka miraculously survived. His entire body was in tatters, and he was on the verge of death. However, when he saw the green soul fire burning in Alu's eyes, he suddenly felt that it would have been better if he hadn't returned. Haha, what else do you have to say? My lord, you can't blame us for being useless. That guy cheated. Those army types are all rare. You might not even get a single one even if you drew several tens of thousands of gold coins. But he actually got all of them. This is basically a gold coin player bullying us, normal players. This is too much. Asterisk crack. Asterisk with a crisp sound. This veteran Gamer Blood Tribe member was frozen into a block of ice. The furious Alu glanced at his subordinates, only to see all of them avoiding his gaze. In the end, he could only helplessly give an order. Everyone attack. Have the soul towers continue to summon new undead. We'll fight it out with him and see who can last longer. The will of the emperors must be carried out. Otherwise, you all understand. Chapter 265. The holy city of Eastford was one of the most famous cities in the entire continent. It was famous for its long history and unique religious culture. Every day, countless pilgrims would come to this city of God, which was blessed by the holy light. Although the city wasn't very large, the great majority of its citizens were members of the Church of God. This small city had 7 world-class cathedrals and over 100 small and medium-sized cathedrals, all of which were historical sites. On this mountain city that was built along the mountain, there was a rather famous staircase. It was the famous Holy Staircase pilgrimage path. There were pilgrims walking on it at all times. On both sides of the staircase, there were countless magnificent sculptures. Among them were ancient heroes, historical figures, and most of them were mythological figures with strange shapes. More than 300 years ago, there was once a fanatic who used his own power to transform this holy staircase pilgrimage into a path of blood. Yet, he didn't receive any divine punishment. From then on, the holy staircase pilgrimage became a path of blood. All right, now that I mention it, everyone probably knows where this is. This was the Holy Church's headquarters, the city where the holy light first descended. This was also where everything began. Walking up the famous white stone staircase to the top of the mountain, there was a group of buildings that seemed like they were on the verge of collapse. This was the Holy Church's headquarters, the core area of the holy light which occupied more than half of the continent's worshippers. In fact, it could even be called the central authority of the H.E. continent, the Bern Holy Church. In the past, everyone here would walk slowly with their heads held high. It was as if the residents here were born with the right to be arrogant. This was indeed the case. The competition between divine authority and secular authority was endless. In this generation, even a domain lord with actual authority wouldn't dare to offend a regional bishop. Perhaps a seemingly impoverished old priest on this path would catch the eye of a certain bishop the next day and become a high-ranking official of some empire. Reality was even more illogical than fiction. Such things had happened many times in the past. But today, everyone was in a hurry and spoke carefully. However, they couldn't help but sneak glances at the area surrounded by holy light. Is there still no results? All the cardinals have been inside for so long. At 3 o'clock this morning, the holy bell at the entrance of the Cathedral of Bern rang. In half an hour, all the cardinals and high-ranking members had to be on time. Although the bell did not mean an emergency war, the last time the bell rang was more than 20 years ago. Obviously, something big had happened. Even if there was nothing on the surface, many priests could not help but talk about it in private. While the higher-ups were busy in all kinds of conference rooms, all kinds of rumors were already flying around. It can't be because of that incident in the Northlands, right? No matter what, the rumors are spreading, and it's greatly affecting the Holy Church's reputation. No way. The Oracle has confirmed that they are allies. Would your Holiness dare to go against the Oracle? Then what do you think it is? What kind of important matter would require all the lords to discuss it? It's just like before the Holy War with Calthorn 20 years ago. The priest's voice became softer and softer as cold sweat continuously dripped down his forehead. For lower-ranking members like them, the Holy War was definitely not good news. Perhaps the spoils of war and glory from the Holy War would make those in power go wild with joy, and the glory of the Holy War would make those who believed in it go all out for it. But for ordinary members of the Holy Church, the Holy War also meant countless deaths. Before they could obtain an endless amount of gold and glory, there would definitely be mountains of corpses. Perhaps not only would the heretics be among these corpses, but they would also be among them. He's out, he's out. It's His Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff. The white-robed Pope Coloma I had just walked out of the Holy Church. His previous amicable demeanor had vanished without a trace. His ashen expression was doubtlessly the best announcement. Everyone in the plaza automatically remained silent. Meanwhile, the cardinals and archpriests who walked out of the plaza all had different expressions. Some had serious expressions and didn't say a single word. Some had angry expressions and flushed faces. Of course, there were also those who pretended to be serious, but were actually smiling without realizing it. From an ordinary person's point of view, the new Pope Coloma was already more than 60 years old. He could be considered an old man who didn't have much time left. But in reality, apart from those who died of unnatural causes, most popes in the past had been able to serve 2 terms of 20 years. As for where they went after that, perhaps only the new pope would know. Coloma was obviously in a bad mood when faced with everyone's questioning gazes. He didn't waste any time explaining. He simply tore apart a golden scroll, and the next instant the skinny elderly man transformed into a gigantic, divine phantom. His upper body floated in midair, and the elderly man's whispers became like thunder. His next declaration was something that not a single person in the entire city could ignore. The Bardi Empire's Orlos has colluded with evil undead and sacrificed millions of people in Port Victoria. He is the epitome of evil. Through our judgment and divine will, we hereby declare on behalf of God that Orlos Mos Savoy Saint Milan is an evil heretic. We hereby revoke the title of Holy from his royalty and declare him to be a heretic. The Pope took a deep breath as if he was trying to squeeze out a final shred of hesitation. He then bit his lip and made the most important declaration of all. Evil is right beside us. I, Coloma I, declare in the name of Pope Coloma that a holy war shall begin. All believers of the Holy Light shall fight for the Holy Light and justice and become mortal enemies of Orlos's evil allies. Coloma didn't say much, but everyone who heard him was astonished. The Bardi Empire was no small country. The northern regions that had conflicts with the Bardi Empire weren't important at all. The mega-empires were the main force of the Bardi Empire. An emperor of the Bardi Empire had been declared a heretic. While he was still on the throne, the entire Bardi Empire had been declared a heretic. Previously, the Bardi Empire didn't really care about believers of the Holy Light. However, at the very least, the Bardi Empire maintained respect on the surface. Expelling the Holy Church didn't mean that the Bardi Empire was siding with the Holy Church. And if the Holy Church started a holy war now, that would mean that all believers of the Holy Light would become mortal enemies of the Bardi Empire. Of course, this was only in theory. Nobody would casually declare war against a gigantic entity like the Bardi Empire without sufficient benefits. If it wasn't for the Holy Church organizing a crusade against the Bardi Empire, it was likely that the major countries would just casually criticize the Bardi Empire and leave it at that. And if the major countries had a conflict of interest with the Bardi Empire, such as the current mage country, they could use this as a reason to declare all-out war against the Bardi Empire. The smaller countries around the Bardi Empire would probably suffer the most. If they were also part of the Holy Light faction, they would be forced to choose a side. If they chose to respond to the Holy Light's call for a holy war, the Bardi Empire's armies would arrive at their cities the very next day. Now that the Holy Church made this declaration, no matter what the reason was, it was highly likely that the human countries would engage in an incredibly cruel civil war since the eternal holy war was about to begin. Doubtlessly, this was something that most people didn't want to see. But if Orlos still stood together with the undead emperors, then it was highly likely that this would become a reality. And if such a war occurred, even Victoria Port, which had already become a part of the undead plains, wouldn't be important anymore. In a war between mega-empires, the death toll would likely far surpass this incident. That's too scary. This is even more unacceptable than the Holy War from 20 years ago. A mega-empire is actually being judged as a heretic. Is a world war going to happen? How is that possible? The Holy Church might not be able to handle such a civil war. This isn't like the Bardi Empire from 400 years ago. Mega-empires won't fight to the death for the Holy Church. However, some people understood the hidden meaning behind Pope Bardi's words. They're only judging Orlos as a heretic, and they haven't confirmed when the Crusade army will be formed. Back in the day, the entire Mist Kingdom had been judged as a heretic. Only Emperor Orlos's words doubtlessly left some leeway. As long as Emperor Orlos stepped down from power before the Crusade army was formed, there would naturally be no need for the Holy War to be fought against heretics. Not confirming when the Crusade army would be formed and who would form it would doubtlessly leave some leeway. Perhaps this is also a method to divide the Bardi Empire, forcing the Bardi Empire's nobles to rebel against Emperor Orlos. But with how powerful Orlos is in the Bardi Empire, it's really difficult to say how effective he'll be. 2 days later, when news of this reached the Bardi Empire, even though the Bardi Empire's government did their best to control public opinion, it still caused a huge uproar. Unfortunately, Orlos's position as emperor was still as stable as ever. He had killed off all the domain lords who dared to rebel against him 10 years ago. All the power was in his hands. Even if there were ambitious people, what could they possibly do? However, some things were difficult to suppress for long periods of time. There were also many hidden holy light believers in the Bardi Empire. Perhaps even the old emperor would have to be careful of his own safety when he went out. The old emperor continued doing what he normally did every day. He ate and slept as usual. Those who knew him couldn't help but admire his mental fortitude. While the Bardi Empire appeared calm on the surface, the most panicked were the high-level undead from the undead plains. Why is there such an intense reaction? It's completely different from what I expected. Perhaps it was because the incident in the Northlands had damaged the Holy Church's reputation. Pope Orlos's reputation had also been damaged because of this, which was why he was in such a hurry to redeem himself. Or perhaps Pope Orlos felt that the tragedy at Port Victoria was far too insane. Pope Orlos's decision was sudden and resolute. It was as if two players had just started playing cards. Even though they were still testing each other's strength, one of them unhesitatingly threw out all his chips for a final showdown, completely exceeding the opponent's expectations. Not even the cardinals who had been summoned to the Bardi Empire expected Pope Orlos to be so extreme, not to mention the Holy Church's guests from other dimensions. Their cooperation with Orlos had only just begun. Most of their plans hadn't even been carried out yet. Yet all of human society and the gods' churches were already fiercely rebuking them. In their expectations, the current pope should be looking at the big picture. He would most likely condemn them while sending out spies and diplomatic personnel to slowly gather information. He would strive to reduce the big problem into a small one and the small one into nothing. He should not risk a civil war between the superpowers right from the start and fight to the death. Damn it, has Pope Orlos gone mad? Did we dig up his ancestral grave or something? No. Speed up all our plans. Otherwise, the undead emperor will destroy us. On the day that all the countries were shocked by Pope Orlos's announcement, we had already arrived at the border between the two countries. We were leisurely preparing to enter this country, after Little Red slapped away the idiot who provoked her. The leader of the Undead Plains mercenary group attacked and was sent flying again. The result was that the conflict between Little Red and the leader of the Undead Plains mercenary group kept escalating until it became a blood feud. Fine then, I was just making things up. It was basically impossible for such a thing to happen. Mercenaries who went out to make a living weren't like the idiots in Night Tale. If they provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked, then this mercenary group that constantly caused trouble wouldn't have been able to survive to this day. This was especially true when the two major mercenary groups were led by the leaders of the mercenary groups. It would be far too ridiculous for them not to act rashly in such a situation. Even the silver rank Cassandra was sent flying with a single slap. That ranger is at least at the gold rank. Even the leader of the Eagle mercenary group, Jost, was sent flying with a single slap. Even his myth-ranked weapon, the Fallen Star sword, was taken away empty-handed. Our leader is an experienced weaponsmith. Gold? You're saying that the black-haired woman is only at the gold rank? Legendary? No, Jost fought against a legendary warrior before, and he didn't lose that badly. That means that the woman is at least a saint warrior. She's so young. Who is that young master? The young master was referring to the young mage who was drinking tea and chatting. Mage was a profession that relied on accumulated knowledge. Other professions could be learned quickly, but it wasn't practical to become a mage in a short period of time. The blue mage robe he was wearing not only showed that he was rich, but also that he was confident in his own safety. The mercenaries weren't blind. They had long since noticed that this young man was the leader of the Silver Coin mercenary group. Coupled with the outstanding performance of the other members, a rumor began to spread that the son of a major noble was traveling with his lackeys, maids, and wives. The rumors became more and more real. Eagle Storm became a loyal butler. Cohen became an errand boy servant. The Draken became an amusing clown. The Caped Lilith became a mage bodyguard. And the two elves became elven slaves that only a noble family could afford to keep. As for Heloise, in a way, my guess was correct. She was still a pet, just that she was being used in a different way. Oh my, that guy even stays in the carriage during the day. He's so licentious. I'm so envious, infuriating. Those elves and cat girls always get in the carriage as well. Every time they get in the carriage, they stay for several hours. That guy's not afraid of getting weak in the knees. Cough, cough. Their perverted laughter was so obvious. Fortunately, they still had some brains. They didn't count Little Red, who was at least at the saint rank, as her bodyguard. Otherwise, if the dragon's might was activated, all of them would definitely be turned into charcoal. Those gossips behind my back that were intentionally suppressed were no longer a secret in front of us. The end result was that after I pointed at the dumb cat, who was the only one who guessed correctly, and laughed so hard that she rolled on the ground, 2 more teeth marks appeared on her head. Getting back to the main topic, no matter how speechless the process was, at the very least, the 2 large mercenary groups came to an agreement. Don't offend this young noble who was traveling. Since he wanted to play games, then let's play games with him. Once we proved our strength, everything would naturally be fine. Mercenaries who didn't know if they would be able to see the sun tomorrow were quite practical. They came out to fight for their lives, but in the end, they still wanted money. Benefits were far more important than honor. Previously, we caused trouble for the sake of our reputation. In this line of work, if we didn't have any reputation, we wouldn't have any money. Now that things had calmed down, we were doing this for the sake of our reputation. Continuing to cause trouble would obviously be the same as seeking death. Besides, having a powerful mercenary group that didn't take a small portion of the commission was a good thing, no matter how I looked at it. It's just young people playing around. Don't take it too seriously. And if we really offend a major noble, it'll actually be troublesome. After that, not only did the two mercenary leaders voluntarily come over to apologize, there were also a few higher-ups who came over to chat and tried to establish a good relationship with us. However, in my opinion, the main goal was to figure out our background. Their core motive was to take advantage of the situation and poach them. As for their actions, I unhesitatingly ignored them. My bastard subordinates would be safer with someone else to play with. If I really waited for them to get bored, they would probably do anything. But soon I regretted it. Although Jost was quite skilled, he clearly didn't know how to talk, yet he still insisted on chatting with us. It was really uncomfortable. Where were we last time? Right, I'm talking about that joke from last time. Why do undead always have one less room than other races when building houses? You can't guess, right? Let me tell you. It's the toilet. They haven't even eaten yet. So the toilet in their house is definitely just for show. Ha ha ha. Fallen Star Sword obviously had the appearance of a boorish uncle, but he said a cold joke that wasn't even the slightest bit funny. Not a single one of us could laugh, but his companions could only force out a few laughs, which was enough to get by. Is there something wrong with your mercenary leader's head? Or did Little Red beat him up the day before yesterday? Heloise's mouth was filled with venom, but her words unexpectedly received bitter smiles and nods from the mercenaries. Everything about our mercenary leader is great, except that his sense of humor is a little strange. Anyway, we didn't expect him to think, so let's just laugh. Otherwise, there'll be no end to it. The person speaking in a low voice was a young mage named Gacketer. He was also the advisor of this mercenary group, but right now he could only watch helplessly as his boss smiled wryly. But now he seemed to realize that his joke didn't get the desired effect. So he turned to the master of cold jokes, Jost, and came up with a new joke. Do you know where the undead's house is the best place to eat? Yep, that's definitely the cleanest place in their house, because they don't even need to use it. That's where the toilet is, ha ha ha. All right, I didn't know why he liked jokes about toilets and undead so much, but judging from Lilith and Heloise's displeased expressions when they looked at him, I knew that he was suffering. After all, both of them were undead, so they probably still had the ability to eat and use toilets. Should I say that you wouldn't die if you didn't do something stupid? Jost seemed to notice that the audience was in a bad mood, so he shook his head and actually managed to squeeze out a new joke. Right. Have you heard of the story of the Dragon Slayer and the dungeon? Once upon a time, there was an idiotic red dragon who ate too much. This time, it was a certain long-haired woman's turn to grind her teeth. I finally laughed as I listened to this cold joke and looked at the suicidal emperor before me. Let me tell you a joke. Once upon a time, there was an idiot who talked about the Dragon Slayer in front of dragons and told dirty jokes in front of the undead, and then there was no more then. Just as we were about to enter the Bardi Empire, the Pope's declaration of war spread throughout the world. The Legras royal family, who were devout believers of the Holy Light, hesitated for a long time before deciding to respond to the Church's call and declare war on the Bardi Empire. One day later, the Bardi Empire and the Legras kingdom officially declared war on each other. And right now, unbeknownst to us, we were in this Legras merchant group, intending to enter the Bardi Empire and make a huge fortune. System notification, relax. Suicidal Emperor will forever be your nickname. Friendly reminder, you should go to the god of Fate's temple and change your fate. Chapter 266. Should I say that I was lucky? The Veji merchant caravan was well organized. All the border officials on the way recognized Cindy, so there were no obstructions at all. It was just that the world was quite tense right now, and the security at the borders had increased by several levels. Us newcomers met with some trouble. Isn't this because the world is quite tense? That's why I hired some mercenaries to help watch over the border. Cindy's reason was quite convincing. The two famous mercenary groups were also quite convincing. The only thing that wasn't convincing was that we didn't seem like mercenaries at all. We had no reputation, no military achievements, and even our mercenary registration was just recently completed. We seemed more like spies than merchants. But since Cindy's shiny little gift was far too convincing, the border officials merely laughed it off and didn't see anything at all. The customs declaration, approval, and other procedures for the goods would have taken at least 2.5 days. But since the goods were precious new products of the season, the border officials made everything as simple as possible with the help of the border officials. In the end, they glanced over the goods and directly let them through. As for me, I still didn't know that this was the beginning of my misfortune. I was just a small peddler who smuggled, and because of a major merchant caravan. I was quite happy that I was able to make it through. It was only natural that I took the initiative to thank the big boss for his assistance. No, I should be the one thanking you. Although you're quite young, your knowledge is truly astonishing. I've learned a lot from our recent interactions. If possible, could you please join our Veji merchant caravan? I'll recommend you to the president. Please consider it, even for someone as talented as you. It's far too difficult for you to start from scratch. It'll take several decades to build up your connections and funds. As long as you're willing to join the Veji merchant caravan, I guarantee that your future position won't be any lower than mine. Cindy Veji's words were quite sincere. He was abnormally calm on the way here. He didn't understand the small battles between mercenaries, but he only understood the inconceivable ways of thinking of the young man in front of him, such as his understanding of the banking industry and how to raise funds for opening up a trade route. These were all completely unknown theories, but after thinking about them, he felt that they were quite feasible. As for the extra cost, it was worth it just for the current rewards. Now, Cindy treated the Chamber of Commerce as his family, and he was trying to poach people for his boss. Facing this sincere uncle, I felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that I had gone overboard with my acting. In the end, I could only say that I was following the rumors of the merchant caravans and that my family's financial situation was quite good. I came out as a merchant to accumulate experience in the name of my parents, and in the end, I would have to return and take over the family business. Yes, all of the above was the truth. Of course, it was slightly misleading. It was just that he didn't say that he was inheriting his parents' business. The so-called family business was just the business of the royal family. That's a pity. If you ever change your mind, the Veji Merchant Guild will always welcome you. Looking at the regretful merchant uncle, who was fooled by my sincere rejection, he was stunned. In the end, he still gave me a recommendation letter that was basically useless to me. The little bit of guilt I had left in this world was triggered. It seems that I am very talented in business. That's why Uncle is so disappointed. Every time I felt proud of myself, the silly cat would immediately jump out and annoy me as always. You really know how to talk nonsense. An expert is actually fooled by an outsider. Do you know how much salt is worth right now? Do you know which trade route is the most profitable? Theory and practice are two completely different things. Most importantly, you've seen how merchants interact with border guards. Do you even know how to lower your voice and give them money? All right then, this was truly cruel reality. Being friendly would bring wealth? Lowering my voice? A merchant's smile? I would probably punch him right in the face. Humph, silly cat. You speak as if you know everything. Of course I know. Mages burn money. How can they survive if they don't know how to do business? After so many years of accumulation, I have many large merchant caravans under my command. My yearly income is enough for me to simultaneously start several dozen research projects at the seventh circle and above. The seventh circle was the equivalent of a legend-ranked mage. Normally speaking, even legend-ranked mages would only be able to start a single research project. This meant that this person was actually able to support several dozen legend-ranked mages. Just how rich was he? Hearing this, I paled in fright. I didn't expect that a tycoon would be right next to me. Not only that, this silly cat was actually a rich and beautiful tycoon. After doing some calculations, I discovered that this fellow's personal income was no less than that of a mid-sized city. Tycoon, please take me with you. Please sponsor me. Please support me. Please lend me a loan. Please support me. Sure, Princess Peach. Shut up, silly cat. If you mention this again, I'll sell you off as a talking cat. All right then, after the usual cat and human battle, I obtained yet another victory. Humph. Did you really think that you could defeat me in human form? I could even spit saliva. My arms and legs were also rather long. I could even touch and pinch. Cough, cough. No, lower limits were never important. Still, in the chaotic battle, I managed to touch the front of the young girl's body. It was so flat that my fingers were aching. The flying deck was so hard that even I was crying tears of sympathy. I think I should prepare some more milk for you. My hands are hurting. It's not a good thing to be accused of abusing a pet. You pervert. I'm going to go all out against you. Weren't you the one who didn't want me to transform into my adult form? In your dreams, silly cat, you actually want to be taller than me? Obediently be your flat princess and wax your flying deck on time. All right then. The second round of the cat and human battle began. Cough, cough. Getting back to the main topic, with Cindy's attentive protection, my fake identity became my real identity. It went quite smoothly for us to sneak in. When we arrived at our first destination, the border city of Lockalila, we didn't even see a single bandit on the way, let alone a dangerous, magical beast. Phew, the domain lord here is an old friend of our Veji merchant group. More than 40% of our goods are from here. It seems that we won't make a loss this time. Cindy had a great smile on his face. He had already been prepared to lose everything. It was truly unexpected for things to go so smoothly. Although those undead are quite scary, they actually made our journey much safer. Unlike Heloise's normal magical research, which required a large amount of money, the biggest problem with undead magic research was the lack of materials. That was why in the past, in order to catch undead mages, all one needed to do was guard a graveyard or burial mound. It was said that every year the most successful Holy Knight would receive a sum of money from the graveyard guards. They all treated the graveyard as their own home. And through certain channels, I learned that the Bardi Empire actually gave the high-level undead nobles the status of being able to freely gather materials. This doubtlessly caused a huge uproar. In order to avoid the public's anger and backlash, the Bardi Empire temporarily didn't touch the nobles' graveyards. However, the bandits, and magical beasts, as well as other species who were considered wanted criminals, met with trouble. These volunteer mercenaries and researchers wouldn't listen to any words of refusal. After a good beating, the undead mages would have a few more skeleton soldiers and zombies under their command. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry when I heard this rumor. Should I say that the undead mages did good deeds with evil intentions? At the very least, all the bandits and undead who didn't become research materials swiftly washed their hands or disappeared without a trace. All the main streets instantly became much quieter. Well, it's only temporary. The quality of the materials directly determines the quality of the final product. The bones of commoners are nothing more than trash that will fall apart at the slightest breeze. Only the corpses of the strong are top-quality materials. And in this era where the strong preys on the weak, the strong will always have a corresponding status. Naturally, they won't be casually tossed into a graveyard after death. For undead mages, if commoners' graveyards are small dishes and nobles' graveyards are snacks, then the graveyards of the various countries' royalty will be a luxurious feast. I don't believe that they'll be able to resist. The two veteran undead mages came to the same conclusion and smiled at each other. Nothing else needed to be said. It seems that you have a deep understanding of royalty's graveyards. You've done it before? How many times? How many times have you been caught? How much is your bounty? Of course, don't think that just because you've dug up a few ancestral graves in the kingdom of the elves that you're amazing. I'm your master, and I've heard of the 10 greatest blind spots of graveyard guards, the joy of successfully stealing vegetables from right under your nose, and how to determine the status of materials from noble emblems and tomb decorations. These are all must-read books for undead mages. Oh, you're the one who wrote those classics? I'm such a loyal reader. But why is it that you've written more than 90 of the 10 greatest novels, and it's still not over yet? Of course, if it ends just like that, how am I going to continue scamming for royalties? Starting from the 10 greatest novels, it'll never end. My goal is to create a sea of stars. By the time I'm done, the number of chapters one have will be equal to the number of stars. That's not a day where it'll never end. Sigh, I'm still too inexperienced in this field of research shamelessness. If there's no more content, I'll just write it. But you must have heard of my practical book, 18 Ways to Use the Luoyang Shovel. I heard that it's selling quite well. You're the one who wrote that half-finished eunuch book? You still dare to brag about it? Watch me fill in the holes. People need to look forward. It's too troublesome to fill in old holes. I'd rather keep digging new ones. As expected, you're a shameless bastard. Forget it. I don't have the face to scold you, so let's just leave it at that. In certain aspects, Harloise and I were the same type of person. We were both theoretical scholars who specialized in academic research, haha. At this moment, if one ignored the bite marks and scratch marks on one's face, and the other's broken fake tail and messy blonde hair, they would truly be a good pair of master and disciple who shared the same interests, and were in cahoots with each other. Cough, cough. Let's get back to the main topic. While I sighed at how unexpectedly peaceful this journey was, Uncle Harloise would wait here for small merchants from all over the world for at least half a month. Our goal was Port Victoria, so naturally it was time for us to part ways. But before we left, Uncle Harloise was actually invited to a banquet at the Domain Lord's residence. Considering that I was helping the small merchant Rollo establish his connections, he kindly invited me as well. I originally wanted to refuse. I heard that there's a major character from the Bardi capital, and he seems to be a distant relative of the royalty. If you want to take the trade route to Bardi, this is a great opportunity. The trade route wasn't important. What I really wanted was to obtain information about the royal family and the capital from the empire's upper echelon nobles. And so I gladly went to the banquet, but in the end, damn, why are these guys still chasing me? Didn't you go to the Domain Lord's residence for a banquet? How did it become that you're being chased and you're dragging us down? I glanced behind me. Those nobles' private soldiers were still chasing me so closely. It's a long story. On a moonlit night, we were being chased. Tell me clearly. How unfortunate. All right then, this was indeed a short story. However, the resentment and deep sorrow contained within were echoing throughout the forest. The sorrow contained within was enough to move the heavens and earth, causing anyone's heart to tremble. Just how pitiful was this? Just how much resentment was there? I'm so pitiful. Chapter 267. La Calera City was the capital city of Earl Samuel's territory. Earl Samuel was a local noble with real power, but he hadn't been having a good time recently. Earl Samuel's territory didn't have any local specialties, and all of its industries were below average. In the eyes of the nobles in the capital city, La Calera City was a classic example of a poor and remote village. The only thing worth looking forward to was that La Calera City was the first decent territory near the Legraz kingdom. Earl Samuel's territory's border trade was relatively prosperous, and at least 70% of his income came from the taxes collected from the border trade. Due to the political instability in Legraz since last winter, the number of Legraz merchants visiting La Calera city had plummeted. This year's taxes seemed to be quite a problem, and Earl Samuel's life had become quite difficult. However, things seemed to be going well recently. Not only did the major merchant Cindy intend to continue the contract, even Lady Caroline A. Milan, the resplendent pearl of the capital city of Heisler, had chosen to vacation here. This was an excellent political opportunity. This Lady Caroline was the pampered daughter of a distant relative of the royal family. She had the Milan royal family name, although she wasn't directly related to her, nor did she have the right to inherit the throne. Her father, Duke Harold, was a major figure that even the princes had to give face to. As a princess, she was young, beautiful, and famous for her noble family name. Caroline had many suitors in the Legraz kingdom. Earl Samuel was delighted that such a person chose to visit his territory. However, he was also nervous, afraid that he would accidentally offend Caroline. That would be troublesome. And so, Earl Samuel invited the best chefs and opera troupes in his territory to hold a grand, welcoming banquet at his residence. He invited all the nobles and nobles from the nearby counties, as well as the wealthy merchant from the east. In fact, he even received some criticism. In the eyes of the nobles, perhaps interacting with merchants would be beneficial, but it definitely wouldn't be appropriate to put it on the table. After all, that was only business for the lower class. As for me, as a bonus for the wealthy merchant, I happily attended the banquet as well. Yep, being happy to obtain new information definitely didn't mean that I could eat and drink to my heart's content for free. All right, I admit that the barley-flavored spicy noodle soup was quite to my taste. The New Year's apple pie was quite fresh and delicious. Even the skewers of barbecued meat had excellent spices on them. The roasted chicken thighs were even more flavorful. Plus, the pudding was delicious, and the red wine was quite cold. I had eaten so much food on the way here that I was about to die. Since I wouldn't have the chance to meet them again in the future, I didn't care what they said. I was drooling and I swallowing it in one gulp. I was a country bumpkin. Samuel was right. Since I didn't have the time, eye, and food. Those who originally wanted to come over and chat with me after seeing my archmage robe gave up right away after seeing how starved I was. Even Cindy shook his head and gave up on introducing me to any high-ranking officials or nobles. Since no one was going to disturb me, I was quite happy to enjoy a scrumptious dinner that was hard to come by. I was only forced to stop when the main character of the banquet arrived. When the princess appeared outside the door, she attracted everyone's attention. I didn't even need to mention the jewels and jewels. After all, they came from a rich family in the capital city. Their temperament and facial features were all above average. But when everyone politely put down their wine glasses, I could only follow suit in order not to attract too much attention. I could only helplessly put down the pudding cake in my mouth. Hey, what a grand entrance. Look at that family crest. Is it really a princess? I had already seen many beauties, not to mention a princess. Even princesses weren't worth much. However, the follower behind her shocked me. It was actually a lively lich. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a skeleton mage, skeleton soldier, and a lich. But for me, a lich's soul fire was as clear as a lamp in the middle of the night. This is Lord Rex. He's also an imperial envoy who is touring the world under the Emperor's orders. He represents His Majesty Orlos's will. All right, it seems like I have accidentally transmigrated into a fairy tale. A lich as the patrolling minister? Was I crazy or was Orlos crazy? However, the status of an envoy representing the Emperor's will was incredibly high. Not only that, there was also a noble princess introducing him to me. Plus, I had already heard rumors about this. Even a brat with no eyes would know what to choose. not to mention these local nobles who were always involved in politics. Endless applause and cheers sounded. Domain Lord Samuel took the lead in expressing his welcome. The other nobles kept flattering him. In fact, there were even a few famous female social beauties who habitually winked at the Lich. But when they noticed that the Lich seemed to be glaring at them with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" they hurriedly lowered their heads to hide their presence. As for me, when I heard that a Lich had actually become an envoy representing the Emperor's authority, I was so astonished that I almost choked on my saliva. I hurriedly drank 2 mouthfuls of 100-year-old Amto wine to suppress my shock. Only later did I learn that this was part of the undead Emperor's plan. In order to completely take over Bardi, the undead emperors had planned this over the course of 100 years. Now, it was time to reap their harvest. In order to solidify their authority, the undead emperors had the major nobles of the capital take high-level undead with them to tour their various territories. See, even the major nobles of the capital have admitted that high-level undead are nobles among nobles. What are you all so worried about? This was probably what the undead emperors hoped for, as much as possible to reduce the humans' resistance to the undead's higher-ups in order to prevent any accidents from happening during the implementation of their plan. However, this was obviously limited. With Emperor Orlos suppressing the undead emperors, it was still possible for the undead emperors to accept some undead nobles. But if the undead emperors discovered that the country's higher-ups were already under the undead's rule, it was likely that this country would come to an end. Perhaps it was because of this information that the Holy Church became determined to eradicate evil. However, it was likely that the undead only cared about the current peace of mind. As for being exposed later, once the undead emperors arrived, so what if they were exposed? If the appearance of the main character was only the first event of the night, then when the princess who had just arrived from the capital whispered into Earl Samuel's ear and pointed at Cindy, I faintly guessed that the god of misfortune had once again favored me. Pope heretics. War. Enemy. Country. Capture. Get rich. My 20-plus legend rank senses made my 5 senses far sharper than any ordinary person's. The naughty wind sent these words to my ears. In the end, Earl Samuel's expression changed from astonishment to contemplation to delight, which helped me know what I should choose. Damn it, this is going to be fun. Perhaps I really should go to the god of fate's shrine and pray to him, but it was already too late. Guards, capture those spies. It would seem that Earl Samuel had already thought things through and came to a conclusion. Actually, there was no need to hesitate at all. Since the 2 countries were already at war, it would be impossible for any merchants to come to the Bardi Empire for the next several years. In that case, it would be better to first take all the goods in front of him. This was a tangible benefit for him. A reason to take all the goods? Why would the 2 countries be at war with each other? Wouldn't that make it obvious that they were spies? I've already captured all the goods. As for the people, I'll release them as long as they pay the ransom. If they don't, then I'll just keep them. What if the relationship between the 2 countries improves? That wouldn't be a problem. Would these foreign merchants really take revenge? At that time, there would naturally be new fat sheep delivering themselves to me. If the foreign merchants were willing to die and the ransom was sufficient, it wouldn't be impossible to continue working with them. At that moment, Earl Samuel wasn't the only one who understood everything. Cindy wasn't an idiot either. He had long since expected such a scenario. The moment he said the word spy, he unhesitatingly took out a scroll from his sleeve and tore it open. It was a random dimensional door, a 5th circle arcane spell. Since it was far too sudden and quick, even the Lich wasn't able to stop it in time. Cindy was teleported to a random location 3 kilometers away. It would seem that this was one of his trump cards for escaping, and he was ready to activate it at any moment. Damn it, Uncle Cindy, did you forget something? You can't make your teammates suffer like this. Several dozen pairs of eyes were staring at me. The main character had run away, and I, the supporting character, had automatically leveled up. Would you believe me if I told you that I wasn't with him? Capture that guy. Yep, that's what happened. That's why you unhesitatingly brought all of your pursuers here. Aren't you just making your teammates suffer? The silly cat who had just hidden in a small forest roared angrily at me. She was furious at the loss of the souvenir she had just collected. Isn't he just a lich? Why don't you just directly kill him? Is there a need to run away like this? Do you think that if a lich dies just like that, an even more troublesome one will come later? Besides, I'm only at the gold rank right now. Do you really think that it's possible for me to fight against a bunch of weaklings and a legend rank lich by myself? Do you dare to touch your own conscience and say such a thing? You can't even deal with a single lich? Liches were at the legend rank at the very weakest. However, judging from his mana waves and the strength of his soul fire, Lich Rex was only at the peak of the legend rank. Not only that, he was a fake legend rank lich that had been forcibly raised by an external force. Although intelligent undead would generally be stronger than human job classes of the same power level after reaching the legend rank, with my understanding of undead magic, it really wouldn't be difficult for me to deal with an ordinary legend rank lich. Not only that, Rex seemed to specialize in ice magic in addition to undead magic. Not only that, he was a master of ice magic. It would be quite easy for me to take care of him. However, I didn't attack him because I had other considerations. Most of our pursuers were the Domain Lord's private soldiers, and most of them were iron rank rookies. If we really wanted to counterattack, it would be the same no matter who went. However, I only suppressed the mercenaries in my group so that they wouldn't alert the enemy. Unfortunately, although I really wanted to go our separate ways and get along with each other peacefully, the enemy still didn't seem willing to give up. With the tip-off from the citizens, in this environment where everyone was an enemy, the pursuers quickly caught up to them. Catch that mage! Otherwise, the Domain Lord will tear us apart. Bastard! Is that guy really a mage? How can he run so fast? Don't even mention it. San was sent flying by a single hit from his staff, and he's even embedded in the wall. That guy definitely has ogre blood. Hurry up and chase after him. This time the Domain Lord is really angry. If we lose him, none of us will have a good time. Hearing the discussions behind me, the already frustrated little Red looked at me in astonishment, as if she was asking me what I had done. Nothing much. Since we couldn't defeat him, we took a hostage to escape. That Domain Lord probably felt embarrassed that he lost face in front of the beautiful princess. I think that the way you took a hostage was wrong. First of all, you should have used a knife, not a chicken drumstick to the hostage's neck. Secondly, when you realized that you took the wrong one, you shouldn't have eaten the drumstick in one bite, held the chicken bone, and pointed it at the enemy's artery while shouting, "Don't come any closer! If you come any closer, I'll stab you to death with the chicken bone." A count who was almost stabbed to death by a chicken bone? I think that once this news spreads, he'll really rather be stabbed to death by you. Having a magical pet who could read your mind was truly troublesome, especially when she would take every opportunity to ruin your plan. Did you think that I didn't want a knife? Who knew that I would have taken the wrong one? Right, not only that, he even complained that she was too noisy, so I unhesitatingly stuffed the last chicken drumstick I had in my inventory into the silly cat's mouth, and finally quieted down. If I'm not mistaken, perhaps this is an opportunity. Yep, let's go meet up with the uncles first. I still need to pay for my psychological damage. Don't change the topic. We're looking forward to what happens next. Just how did you escape with a chicken drumstick? Don't mention the chicken drumstick. What about pudding? Chapter 268. Although my pursuers were doing their best, it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to find anything. My main focus wasn't on finding a path or escaping, but rather on how to calm a dragon's anger so that I wouldn't end up as a pile of charcoal. Her black hair had some red powder on it, and her black eyes were glowing red. I knew that she was furious, and it was likely that she would unleash a dragon's breath on me at any moment. Hey, Little Red. I've never seen you so hot-tempered back when we were fighting together. Weren't you used to being chased down back then? Of course, you couldn't win back then, so you just waited to be killed if you didn't run? It's your fault for being professionals at seeking death and provoking those you can't handle. Besides, was your temper really good back then? You were so angry that you didn't care if you could win or not. Have you ever been chased all over the streets by weaklings like this? And your insults were so harsh. I thought back carefully. For the sake of my reputation, of course I should shout, "How could someone of my generation be so pathetic?" For the sake of honor, let's turn around and fight to our heart's content. But when I thought about how the silly cat who was a professional voyeur would always tear me down, I could only honestly shake my head. Actually, there were many times where you ran away because you were in the wrong. When you dine and dash, when Adam did something stupid and got himself into debt. There's also Lisa, who's an expert at taking advantage of others. She's first-rate when it comes to drawing hatred. Boo-hoo. All right then, before I could finish, Little Red covered my mouth. However, her fiery eyes had already turned black again, and she had a rare panicked expression on her face. It would seem that she no longer had any anger in front of her dark history. Ha ha ha! Did you forget that when Marguerite ambushed mages to extort magical knowledge? When she caused trouble with her magic experiments, we were all pretty much the same. It's been so many years. So what's the point of talking about those things? Just let bygones be bygones. I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. I think you were all rookies back then, and you made me suffer so much. You're both a nanny and a father, but all of you are so stubborn and refuse to listen to me. Was it easy for me? Everyone's gazes were filled with astonishment and disbelief that even adults had such days. This actually made Little Red blush. It would seem that even an immemorial dragon would have to bow before her dark history. You don't say. Now that I think about it, the adventuring route we took back then was quite problematic. You said that we would run into 3 legends and 1 saint every month on a casual trip, and the forbidden areas and secret realms of different races would always appear in front of us. Do you dare to say that there were no problems with the team you led back then? Of course there was a problem. How could he find a teammate who could fight so well and was so easy to fool? Naturally, he would bring along a strong fighter to search for clues from back then. Forbidden area, Arcane Realm, Imperial Palace. In front of the famous detective Rollo Chainham and his strong companions, it was nothing. If it wasn't for the path that I carefully chose back then, it would have been impossible for you two to become so strong. If it wasn't for the bitter battles back then that allowed you two to mature, it would have taken you at least another 500 years to reach Molly's level. Hearing this, Little Red, who was fearless, felt cold sweat drip down her forehead as she recalled her youth that was filled with blood and sweat. She only managed to squeeze out a sentence after a long time. If I could choose, I would rather spend 500 years. You finally admit that you did it on purpose back then, right? I won't admit it even if you beat me to death. TSK, you don't know what's good for you. You have to ensure that you can grow at the edge of life and death without making it impossible for you to pass the level. Do you think it's easy for me to arrange a path for you? Damn it. You're making sense even though you're screwing me over. Girls need to be careful with their words. Don't just randomly use words that aren't harmonious. Fine. Even masculine girls need to be careful. Damn it, don't slap my face. Actually, I wasn't making things up. The reason why I was able to be so reckless back then, and why Adam and the others were able to grow so quickly was largely due to the system's help. The legendary main characters team was basically a must-have item to pass the level. Main characters team. You're the legendary main character. You and your team will constantly attract all sorts of trouble, and the other side of trouble is an opportunity for growth. As long as you're tough enough, your growth rate is basically cheating. System notification. Although you're the main character, you don't have the main character's undying body. System, can I still exchange for that? The basic rule is that items that have already been exchanged for once cannot be exchanged for a second time. System notification. All of our items are handmade and handcrafted. There's only one such item, and it's not refundable or exchangeable. Dear, it's free shipping. Remember to give us a good review. Sigh, it's such a pity. If only I had this, it would be so much more convenient to train noobs. I could bring them out to play for a bit, and if they didn't die, they'd be able to immediately become independent. Well, even if I had this, there wouldn't be much meaning. After all, there'd be too many enemies, and strengthening a few would be meaningless. I could only wait for the elemental tide to slowly wear them out. It'd be impossible to increase the overall combat strength of the entire mortal plane. Wait a moment, even if the system doesn't cheat, it's still possible to artificially create something like this. I faintly understood something, but now obviously wasn't the time to think about it. After all, there were still pursuers behind us. Pursuers? Where were they? Couldn't they be more professional? I was still running. Pursuers? The last pursuer couldn't run anymore at the third mountain? He should be panting on the ground right now. TSK, 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 how pitiful. An iron-ranked novice ran more than 30 kilometers in one go. He's probably about to cough out his lungs. Right? You should probably run an extra 10 kilometers. Not long after I started running, the silly cat had been yelling that her legs were too short for her to run fast. She transformed into a cat and took a nap on my head, but now she jumped out to rejoice in my misfortune. I opened my mouth wide. I had been having so much fun running that I actually forgot about pursuers. It seemed that I had yet another dark chapter in my history. Why didn't you say so earlier? Who would dare to stop if you didn't stop? As for interrupting, seeing how you and Lady Little Red were reminiscing about the past and chatting so happily. All right then, wouldn't it be better to just say that I was focused on listening to gossip? There was no need to beat around the bush. Cough. Our next target was Cindy's merchant group, but they all ran away in an instant. Damn it. Someone actually dared to trick me. TSK, you changed the topic. Yep, you changed the topic. Little Cohen, please don't become such an adult. Ranger job classes were usually the best at tracking. After all, Ranger job classes had the tracking instincts of hunters, as well as some nature divine arts. Unfortunately, our Ranger Lady Little Red obviously couldn't be counted on. If you asked her to track someone, the end result would probably be her transforming into her dragon form and looking down from above. If Little Red had been a gold dragon or silver dragon, this wouldn't have been a big deal. At most, it would be on the headlines tomorrow. But Little Red just happened to be a red dragon. As an exiled evil dragon, it's completely understandable that she has such a terrible reputation. It's quite normal for fire element dragons to love destroying cities, killing people, and setting fires. However, this isn't the underground. An immemorial red dragon has appeared above ground. Perhaps even the dragon city above ground will be startled. The underground had always been a place where all species had been exiled. There was no need to explain the deep grudges between the exiled and the exiled. The beastmen exiled the underground beastmen. But since both sides were in terrible states, the beastmen reluctantly left the matter unsettled. The elves exiled the dark elves and the relationship between them. Fine then, after countless years of killing each other, the underground elves' first battle upon returning to the surface was against the surface elves. How could the long-lived species be called petty? This was called having a good memory. Ding. Please accept the title of Roland with a good memory. Cough. I directly ignored my system's comment. So what if I had a good memory? Actually, it was said that the elves were petty, but the dragons were even worse. They were capable of taking revenge on other species' descendants for centuries. The worst part was that they had a temperament that didn't treat other species as humans. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a Lone 2 incident. The current generation belonged to humans, and the surface dragons weren't as powerful as they used to be. Some dragon cities had even become empty shells. But if a large number of underground dragons appeared above ground, it would be unknown how the surface dragons and dragon cities would react. It would be fine if it were any other dragons, but Little Red just happened to be the dragon queen of the underground dragon city. Her identity was quite sensitive, and if her identity was exposed, I didn't want to see dragons fight each other at all. We'll see how the dragons react when all the other underground species arrive. Right now, having the black dragons serve the Donlon Principality is also a way of testing the waters. That was why we made 3 rules before we left the underground dragon city. First of all, we couldn't casually transform into our dragon forms. This naturally restricted Little Red's abilities. However, I wasn't worried at all that I wouldn't be able to find her. In a small forest 40 kilometers southwest of here. This was a magical imprint left behind by Heloise. No matter how good our relationship was, it was still necessary to do some things in private. Which direction? Eagle Storm raised his wooden staff and cast a spell, causing a green divine light to gather in his eyes. The next moment, his eyes returned to normal. Yet I found them. The forest told me that there are about 60 of them. They're all standing in a very dense area, and their life signs are quite strong. There aren't any injured people. There's even goods and carriages. As expected, they were prepared beforehand. In the forest, Drool's Forest Divine art allowed him to have countless allies. As long as he could determine the general location, he would be able to travel through the forest as he pleased, so he had countless eyes and ears. Of course, even if they weren't in the forest, we still had a professional scout. Judging from how he was constantly looking southwest, he had long since been prepared. Relax, we won't lose them. Ami and Daisy gave me some information. Who are they? I became rather curious when I heard that completely unfamiliar name. Daisy is that merchant's mount. Ami is the leader of the herd. He and Ami are husband and wife, and we have a good relationship. All right then, this answer contained far too much information. As expected, I shouldn't have asked such a question. Judging from how well prepared they were, it seemed that the Veji Merchant Guild had long since prepared for this. The moment they received Cindy's signal, they immediately left the city that very night. Although I could understand why they didn't tell us anything since we hadn't known each other for a long time, and we weren't the same type of people, I still felt rather displeased that I had been betrayed just like that. Judging from how they had left so quickly, it was likely that everyone had been waiting at the hotel during the banquet, ready to escape at any moment. The only ones who hadn't received any notification were us, since we had only temporarily joined the Merchant Guild. Should I say that, as expected of a merchant who values profits so much? Although it's completely understandable, they're so unkind. When we appeared in front of Cindy more than an hour later, they both had expressions of astonishment and embarrassment. This happened so suddenly, I unhesitatingly interrupted their explanation. Relax, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I have a small plan that might be of some help to the current situation. Chapter 269. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the roof beams, a new day had arrived. It was already time for Carolyn to wake up. However, Carolyn still buried her head under her pillow, as if she was trying her best to be a coward and lazing around in bed. I'm not getting up. That way, those annoying skeletons won't come looking for me. Without her overly mature makeup and indifferent temperament, Carolyn would always make people forget about her age. Due to her noble birth, she had high expectations for everything she did. Therefore, she appeared to be more mature in the way she handled things. But the truth was that she had grown up in the depths of the palace, so she was actually quite pure. Her hobbies were reading popular night novels and sewing. She would cry when she saw something that fascinated her, and she would often stay up all night reading novels. She was no different from an ordinary girl. As for her social etiquette and excellent conversational skills, that was all thanks to her hardworking private tutor. If she had been allowed to do as she pleased, Carolyn would have long since become like the heroine of a certain night novel, rushing out on an adventure. But this time, as the daughter of a duke, her father gave her a difficult task. Carolyn, you've heard about it, right? It's the will of the emperor that the upper echelons of the empire want to strengthen their relationship with the undead. This time, you've been chosen to bring the Lich Rex on a tour. This is an opportunity for you to establish a good relationship with the undead. But don't make the local nobles look too bad. If you choose sides too early, it'll be bad for your reputation. Simply speaking, this was to ensure that Carolyn didn't appear too active in front of the human nobles. Originally, as the eldest daughter of a noble family, this level of socializing wouldn't be a big deal. Her private tutor had already repeatedly taught her various communication techniques. But only when she truly interacted with the undead did she discover how troublesome it was. I heard that our city's Aloro red wine is quite famous, a direct translation of how nobles beat around the bush. You haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Why don't you go down and have a cup? All right then, when the soul fire within the skeletons was silently burning in front of you, even Carolyn knew that she had said something wrong. But she wasn't someone who would give up so easily. I heard that the tailor master Kakarov's work is quite innovative, and he's even received good reviews in the capital. I heard that he'll be operating here for a while. Your clothes are too old. Do you want me to accompany you to buy some clothes? The Lich Rex looked at his gray robe. This seemingly tattered robe was enchanted with at least 5 common defensive spells. It was extremely easy to use. Furthermore, it was an old friend that had accompanied him for over 100 years. Could it be that there was a better enchanter here who could make better work? However, he had to show some respect to a female's invitation. He also felt that it wouldn't be bad to take the opportunity to see the skills of a human enchantment master. Rex, who was a little hopeful, gladly accepted the invitation. However, the development after that was very embarrassing. In the most prosperous commercial street of Anyton City, the Lich's hoarse soul voice was shouting, "Other than glowing and self-cleaning, there is no defensive effect at all? What kind of rubbish enchantment is this? What's more, the material isn't even spiritualized or armored." When everyone looked over in astonishment, Carolyn, who had come along with them, wished that she could find a hole in the ground and jump into it. Carolyn wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide herself, but she still didn't give up. Did you hear about Aga's sister-in-law? How interesting. She and her uncle. Carolyn's green soul fire stared at him. She was quite imaginative to talk about gossip with a lich. There's a charity event the day after tomorrow. All right, I got it. I'll leave now. I won't disturb your research any longer. Carolyn's soul fire, which had already turned blue, explained everything. Even Rex was having a hard time. Asking a lich to donate to an orphanage? Was this a special event for the Ghost Festival? What kind of lame joke was that? Rex wasn't interested in socializing. Instead, he was interested in how to turn a living person into a dead person. Dirty jokes and gossip? Although from a certain standpoint, this was indeed a trump card to shatter the Lich's moral integrity and deadlock. Wouldn't it be a type of mockery to a Lich who was only left with his bones? Talking about the international situation and religious beliefs? Were you sure you wanted to shout for the holy light in front of a Lich? That wasn't the way to die. If you wanted to talk about the international situation with Rex's memories from 3 centuries ago, you would probably have to start with what kind of country the Bardi Empire was. As the ultimate evolution of otakus, even if a Lich was the classic antagonist in many legends, the storyline would always be some small team invading an ancient castle or a Lich's mage tower, laboratory, or abandoned library. A Lich would be a classic boss that wouldn't die unless it was suicidal. This also explained the ultimate characteristic of Liches. They wouldn't go out even if they were beaten to death. From a certain standpoint, the 17-year-old princess was also a rich and beautiful woman, a person who had plenty of things to do in real life and was very popular. It would be rather difficult to expect a normal person to communicate with a lich who is the incarnation of an otaku. Of course, it wasn't impossible to communicate with her. As long as the lich was interested in something, a research otaku would usually become especially talkative. But if the lich was interested in necromancy research techniques, how to use void energy to roast squirrels, which is better for zombies, a minotaur's heart or a tigerman's heart, it was likely that this girl would never be able to learn all of these. We need to look forward to the future. Every day brings a new sun, a dark history. Carolyn kept trying to increase her shameful experiences. In the end, even the Lich Rex couldn't take it anymore. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would risk being punished by his superiors and turn her into a zombie that only knew how to count its own fingers. After the frightening night last night, she learned many things. First, she learned how to shout hit before using her magic staff to knock away the Lich's little mage. Then Rex used a chicken leg to kidnap the Death Lord, and even used pudding to smear the Death Knight's face to create chaos and escape. Carolyn did her best to maintain the situation, constantly scolding the idiot who dared to secretly laugh at the Lich. But when she returned to her own room, she still laughed secretly for half the night. Now, she had no choice but to face reality. The Lich seems to be living in a separate room. It's said that their senses are very sharp. Did I unknowingly do something wrong again? I don't want to get up. The only thing that made Carolyn feel slightly relieved was that the Lich seemed to have a good upbringing. At the very least, he didn't get so angry that he used Death's finger. The sun had already risen. It was likely that she would have to face an enraged Lich today. If she made any more of a joke, the Lich's bluish-green soul fire might really explode. Sigh, I really don't want to go. But it was likely that she had no choice. Her schedule was quite full. After finishing this stop, she would immediately go to the nearby Baron Matt's territory. She needed to discuss today's itinerary with the Lich and set off as soon as possible. But when Carolyn finished dressing up and opened her room door, she saw a scene that tested her logic. In the hallway, the arrogant Lich had been torn to pieces. The little mage that she had seen yesterday was currently holding the Lich's skull and pouring holy silver and water into it. Carolyn then shook the skull vigorously as if it was a sieve. She even used the Lich's hand bone to stir the skull. How did she know that it was a Lich? The Lich's epic-ranked tombstone of death magic robe was still on his body, but the familiar soul fire was about to be extinguished. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'll make your head into a chamber pot. Yep, I'll call it Gul'dan. Rex's skull. Are you afraid? Asterisk bang. Asterisk Carolyn was certain that she had opened the door the wrong way. She slammed the door shut. After a while, she slowly opened the door a little. But the moment she stuck her head out, she discovered that the soul fire in Rex's skull and the golden-haired mage were both looking at her. The golden-haired mage seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. It seems that it doesn't matter even if you don't tell me. We have a better person to ask. The golden-haired youth tossed aside Gul'dan, Rex's skull. He casually picked up a rib and smiled at her. Don't close the door. You didn't open it the wrong way. Yep, be more serious. You're not allowed to laugh. We're robbing you. Don't look down on my brother Lich's thigh bone. Be careful that I don't give you a Lich's touch. Relax. I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I have a small plan that might be of some help to the current situation. Back in the middle of the night at Cindy's temporary campsite, when the young man before them said that he had a method to deal with all of this, nobody believed him. After all, the current situation was quite obvious. The Veji Merchant Guild had learned from their intelligence channels that the two countries had entered a state of war. This was far worse than the worst-case scenario. What I originally considered was that some domain lord would eat too much as a commission, or that they would run into an undead army. In that case, as long as they had guards to help them escape, there wouldn't be any problems. But now the two countries are actually at war. From the moment that the Legraz kingdom declared war on the Bardi Empire, the Legraz people in the Bardi Empire were in great trouble. They naturally found themselves in an enemy country. Although it sounded cool to have the entire world as their enemy, if even a street vendor or a snot-nosed brat viewed you as their mortal enemy, that would never be a good thing. And the most troublesome part was that the enemy wouldn't just be random bandits, but an entire country's elite army. This was especially true when the enemy was a powerful country's border army. In that case, just the border would become a natural barrier. I casually opened up a map and pointed at a spot to the south. That was the Asha Canyon that we had just passed through, which was also the largest border crossing point between the two countries. Of course, the Bardi Empire's Hazraven Fortress was also located there. We had easily passed through the border crossing point when we first came here, and we even had me an unregistered merchant with a questionable identity. All we got was a bit of a bribe, and the Veji Merchant Guild had a good relationship with the Bardi Empire's guards. But if we turned back, that would likely be a dead end. Turning a blind eye during normal times and accepting a small bribe to let illegal merchants pass through was completely different from allowing foreign merchants to pass through during wartime. The former was an unspoken rule that everyone understood, and the latter would likely be related to treason. After all, nobody could guarantee that there wouldn't be any spies or intelligence agents among the merchants. If we were foolish enough to contact the Bardi Empire's guard, he would probably be the first to execute us. After all, no matter how much gold there was, one would need to be alive to enjoy it. He would probably be the first person to cut ties with us. It's definitely impossible to turn back, but it's probably the same for other border crossings that lead to enemy countries. Of course, there are also border crossings that aren't guarded. However, those are most likely natural strongholds or extremely dangerous areas, such as the Forest of Dreams, where black fairies are rumored to appear. I trust that none of you would be foolish enough to take such a gamble. No, with your current strength and equipment, entering such a super dangerous area wouldn't even count as a gamble. It would definitely be suicidal. Although nobody replied, judging from the awkward silence and the fact that some people were unable to hide their astonishment and whispers, I was probably correct. In that case, the remaining choices are quite simple. There are only two. You can either pass through another country's border and think of a way to return to Legraz, or you can find a mountain village and hide in a forest to see if the situation changes. As for all of you, you can only choose the most pessimistic option. Even Cindy was unable to hide his astonishment upon hearing this. This sudden incident had just occurred, and he had only just received the information. He hadn't even made a final decision yet, but Cindy had already seen through his plans. Actually, it's quite easy to guess. It's quite simple. The former option is more dangerous. If you want to pass through another country's border crossings, you'll be traveling within the Bardi Empire. Since the Bardi Empire is currently in a state of war, every country will definitely be on high alert. It's far too risky to travel within an enemy country without sufficient information. If you end up being intercepted by a certain army, it'll be impossible for you to survive. But if this option doesn't work, it's likely that you won't be able to return home for the time being. Everyone fell into a strange silence as they exchanged awkward glances. Everyone understood this point, but nobody was willing to bring it up. But have you thought about it? Finding a place to hide and see how the situation changes? It seems like the safest option, but it's actually the most dangerous one. As a mega empire, do you really believe that we don't have the ability to control our own territory? The Bardi Empire is famous for being excellent at intelligence gathering. You can hide, but how long can you hide for? The worst part is that you still want to protect the goods at such a time, and you actually dare to escape with the goods? Do you really think that Lord Samuel will let go of such a fat piece of meat like you? Seeing that everyone was obviously wavering, I naturally struck while the iron was hot. No, definitely not. Based on my understanding of greedy nobles, they'll definitely pounce on us like a rabid dog and swallow the goods for themselves. Then, they'll take our heads and pretend to be spies for rewards. And based on the current situation, they don't even need to contact the higher-ups of the Bardi Empire and send out professional spies. All they need to do is follow the wheels of the carriages. Perhaps they're already on their way here. I intentionally paused for a moment. As I expected, everyone was looking at Cindy. There was no need to hide the dissatisfaction and anger in their gazes. As a merchant, Cindy's insistence on escaping with the goods already made the mercenaries quite dissatisfied. However, the rich were the bosses. Unless they were at the end of their rope, the mercenaries wouldn't be willing to disobey their employer's orders and ruin their hard-earned reputation. However, nobody here was an idiot. This detail wasn't difficult to guess. It was just that the situation was too sudden, and there wasn't enough time to think things through. Even if I hadn't mentioned it, someone would definitely have figured it out in a while. At that time, the mercenaries and merchants would definitely disagree. No matter if it was the merchants who decided to abandon the goods or the mercenaries who decided to try their luck, both sides would definitely be at odds. That's why I said if I have a way for you to successfully leave the Bardi Empire and also protect the goods, will you listen to me? I had successfully recruited the mercenaries. After I showed them my power, the mercenaries unhesitatingly obeyed my commands. Our first step was to eliminate the threat before us and begin our counterattack. It was likely that Samuel wouldn't have expected that the merchants he had chased all over the mountains and plains would come back for him in the second half of the night. An epic-ranked mage robe? Oh my, it even has iron skin and dimensional door. Little Lich, your power level is lacking, but your equipment is quite good. As I tried putting on the mage robe, I adjusted the time distortion ring on my finger. From youth to adulthood, from adulthood to old age, from old age to after death. That's right. This ring could only change one's physical appearance. It couldn't change one's internal appearance at all. I was still a living person, but my physical appearance had already transformed into a corpse. Then my rotting flesh would fall off and finally transform into a moving skeleton. What surprised me was that the little lass didn't pee her pants in fright when she saw the horrifying scene of a living person transforming into a dead person right in front of her. Instead, she had an excited expression, as if she was delighted that she had finally got involved in something big. Are you going to pretend to be Lord Rex? Are you going to pretend to be like the Knight of Winter's Two-Face? But you don't have any soul fire or death magic, so you'll be easily exposed. What a strange little lass. Come, take another look. My highly concentrated mental energy was ignited in my eye sockets. Green soul fire began to burn fiercely, and I snapped my fingers with my right hand, causing countless skeletons to appear in a black mist. I laughed, although I was surrounded by a thick power of death. The waves of ice between my fingers were dancing. The Lich floating in midair was snarling, soundlessly. My incarnation was now even more similar to a great Lich than Rex himself. So interesting, so not good. Although I don't know how you did it. Your makeup is practically perfect. You'll definitely be able to fool me. So what do you intend to do next? Threaten me to listen to your commands and come up with a shocking scam? Let me say this first. I won't submit so easily. I don't care about physical punishment or whatever, but I'll only submit if you threaten to harm my family. I was rendered speechless. She was saying that torturing me would be useless, and that a few verbal threats would be enough? She was even telling me how to conquer me? What kind of hostage was she? Relax, we have a better choice. From today onwards, she's Carolyn A. Milan. A woman walked out from the shadows. She also had the signature light green hair of the Milan royalty. Judging from the shape of her face, she actually looked 70% similar to Carolyn herself. Even if you look like me, it won't work. I have a secret treasure of the Milan royalty here. His Majesty Emperor Milano bestowed it to me. Only the Milan royalty's bloodline can make it shine. Why is it even brighter than when I was holding it? The pearl necklace that Lilith Milan had stolen was now glowing brilliantly, as if it was a god equipment that had met its true master. Lilith Milan carefully put the necklace back on her neck, and only then did the pearl slowly dim down. If you don't finish the kidnapping process, and if you don't threaten or bribe me, I definitely won't tell you the information you want." Just as I was once again certain that this woman had some mental issues, Lilith revealed a dangerous smile, filled with evil charm as she approached me. "Relax, you'll tell me." Lilith Milan's slender fingers were already undoing Carolyn's sleeves, and her red lips and fragrant tongue were already at the back of Carolyn's neck. Lilith Milan's other hand was already sliding down even more dangerously. You, what are you doing?" "This is completely different from what I read in novels. This is molestation. You can switch out." "Aren't I asking you about your body?" "I'm asking about your body." "Yep, not bad. There's unexpectedly good material. I've truly met a treasure." "My lord." "Although I don't mind you watching me eat, and I don't mind if you're interested in joining. Aren't you worried that Lady Heloise will tell on me to Lady Eliza?" "All right then." I felt rather regretful. I had almost asked, "Can I really join?" But Lilith Milan's gaze seemed to say, "You're in the way." I knew that this invitation was probably just teasing you. Although I regretted that I wouldn't be able to watch a good show, I could only helplessly leave with Rex's head. It would probably be difficult for me to forget the tempting moans that followed. Women have their own ways of communicating. Let's have a little bit of communication that belongs to liches, such as soul interrogations, soul searching, and psychological attacks. Chapter 270. The Ice Plains Zero? Osso's here as well? Oh my, this is quite a big deal. It's actually an allied army from all the undead plains, and an undead emperor is personally leading the army? The Corpse Plane, Ice Plane, Desecration Plane, Blood Curtain Plane, and Darkness Plane were the 6 known undead planes that were connected to the mortal plane. And Rex's superior, or perhaps it should be said that his superior, was the Ice Plane's Undead Emperor Zero. Undead Emperor Zero's true name had long since been forgotten. She was a semi-god lich who became famous around 1,500 years ago. There was no information on her past, so it seemed that she wasn't from this plane. She had plenty of combat experience and could be considered a newcomer among all the previous undead emperors. It was no wonder why the little lich before me had chosen ice magic as well. It was said that the normal temperature in the ice plane was negative 20 degrees Celsius. It would be impossible for ordinary life forms to survive in such a world, and the main magic in that plane was ice magic. Although the undead planes all had many undead creatures in common, there were all sorts of strange reasons for their birth, and the dimensional laws were completely different. Some were natural planes that were especially suitable for the undead to live in, such as the Ice Plane and Darkness Plane. The former were places where nothing could survive apart from the dead, while the latter were places where the power of death was so dense that it could reverse life and death, allowing the undead to reproduce just like the living. Since there were natural undead planes, there were naturally unnatural undead planes as well. For example, the master of the Desecration Plane, Emperor Osso, had expanded his divine kingdom into a natural plane. Yes, a divine kingdom. Although Osso wasn't a true god, even the current generation's true gods would have to maintain the humility of a junior in front of a first-generation descendant who was a super powerful existence that even a main god might not be able to defeat. Perhaps Osso wasn't a true god, but he was definitely far more powerful than most true gods. Previously, it was mentioned that as long as one passed the myth rank's 3 difficult levels, they would be considered semi-gods if they didn't ascend to godhood. However, there were actually many powerful individuals from ancient times who had reached the myth rank, yet they didn't even bother to ascend to godhood. While divine concepts and godhoods represented glory and power, they also represented responsibility and restrictions. While one would obtain the natural laws of the world, one's personality and soul would also be corrupted by the natural laws and become a part of the natural laws. For example, the unfortunate god of holy light. Every demigod's true story could be described as epic or legendary. Experts who had reached such a level would never make such a choice for the unreliable power they had been granted. Some people even believed that ascending to godhood was just a trick, a compromise with the world, and that the power obtained with one's own hands would not be inferior to that of a true god who had ascended to heaven in a single step. The dimensional capacity of a plane was directly related to the elemental tide. Even a true god's incarnation in the mortal plane could only maintain semi-god power. If you challenged the dimensional capacity limit, you would be attacked by the dimensional will. And in the mortal plane, the will of the two creator goddesses would attack you. Even if the two creator goddesses didn't attack you, the dimensional will wouldn't let you off. Living would be akin to being hated by the world. For example, there would be endless calamities. Or if you accidentally stepped on a banana peel, your luck would suddenly become extremely bad. Or there would be endless natural and man-made calamities. Teams of heroes would attack you one after another. Basically, it would be difficult to say what the final result would be. It was likely that you would have to find a new home just for the sake of a peaceful environment. Due to ALS existence, the position of death god had long since been filled up. Without a new dimensional law to extend your life, it would be difficult even if you wanted to ascend to godhood. However, becoming a follower god wouldn't be difficult at all. All you had to do was try your best to flatter a true god. However, the undead emperors who had experienced countless hardships would never be willing to submit to someone else. If they didn't die in the end, it was likely that they couldn't stay in the mortal plane any longer and went to another plane to seek refuge. As for the residents of the undead planes, their origins were even stranger. Some were undead emperors' vassals, or perhaps they were new undead mages who simply couldn't stay in the mortal plane anymore and voluntarily chose to live in another plane. But in terms of population, there were naturally residents of the undead planes as well. The dimensional laws of the undead planes tended to favor the undead. Just like how the elemental planes would give birth to new elemental life forms, the undead planes would also give birth to new undead. However, the origin of souls had always been a mystery. I had heard a certain legend that said souls were secretly left behind by undead emperors from the river Styx. However, I didn't know if this was true or not. Of course, if this was true, it was likely that Ael, who controlled the river Styx, would be implicated. At the very least, he would be charged with negligence. And as the elemental tide rose, the undead emperors would soon have the right to return to their homeland. But actually, the undead emperors had long since predicted the arrival of the Holy War and had prepared for it in centuries. At the very least, there was a certain undead emperor who had been planning for the Holy War since more than 30 years ago, when he was still a prince. The undead emperors had taken the initiative to attack the undead emperors, which meant that the undead emperors had both the right and the right. But when it came to people, the undead emperors wouldn't be any worse off. It was already impossible to count how many known undead planes there were. After all, ever since the undead were born, these existences that were incredibly difficult to completely destroy had been constantly accumulating. The mortal plane wasn't the only plane capable of producing undead emperors, and the reason for producing undead emperors wasn't limited to only undead mages. It was highly likely that some famous epic hero or dragon had lowered his head in front of death and become a part of it. Even if they became undead, their growth rate would be so tragic that it was negligible. After all, the three great trials involved the physical body and the soul. The three great trials had blocked countless ancient undead and had even been considered an insurmountable barrier. But how could the existences that surpassed common sense and became undead emperors be judged by common sense? Just because ordinary undead were unable to grow didn't mean that undead emperors would be unable to progress. The accumulation of tens of millions of years was their strongest shield. Nobody would be able to guess what exactly they had researched, and it would be impossible to know what their main research direction was without fighting them. Even at my peak, I didn't have absolute confidence that I would be able to defeat any undead emperor in a duel. Of course, apart from very few exceptions, there was no guarantee that I would lose. Fortunately, not all undead emperors were interested in the holy war that only occurred once every 2,000 or 3,000 years, not to mention the fact that they would spend a great deal of effort to establish a connection with the mortal plane. Judging from the current situation, Those who still had hopes for the mortal plane were usually newcomers who had just ascended to the throne. There were 6 undead planes and 8 semi-god undead emperors. They were all existences that were interested in the mortal plane and had already taken action. This was information that my dog had obtained for me when he was a spy working for the West Mist Parliament. Fortunately, there weren't any existences that made people despair. At the very least, I only knew that in a certain undead plane there was an ancient existence that was comparable to Ale. In front of the most ancient bone dragon named Gregory, everything would meet its end. And in the various undead planes, undead emperors were basically undefeatable existences. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been crowned with the title of emperor. As the only newcomer from the previous year, as well as the best newcomer who had defeated the Holy Church in front of everyone, Yonya's name had already spread far and wide in all the undead planes. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. I only briefly mentioned that my name was Roland, which meant that I was the undying Roland. Not even the soul torment Lich was able to injure him, and the Lich who had been constantly threatening me immediately cowered. Not only did he obediently answer all my questions, he even told me all the information and guesses that he had secretly gathered. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry as I looked at the skeleton that was so scared that its teeth were chattering. Was the undying Roland really that scary? Just hearing his name was enough to make the undead tremble? I was clearly a good person. So the reason why the little Lich was scared was definitely not because of my terrible reputation. Yep, it was definitely because the other undead emperors had gone overboard and implicated me, giving the little Lich a psychological scar. Tisk so weak. It seems that this ghoul, Dan's skull, can't be made into a god equipment. Oh, I'm wrong. Fine then, it should be the skull of Rex, right? What? Wrong again? All right. Wu Yan X's skull is finally correct. Yep, I told you that my memory is excellent. It's impossible for me to remember incorrectly. As for Wu Yan X, as a Lich, he wasn't that old. He was probably only slightly more than 100 years old. He had only completed the Lich transformation ritual with the help of his superiors after accumulating enough achievements. His power level was slightly weaker than a real Lich's, so he wasn't well liked by his peers. Rumors said that he was actually praised as the most handsome Lich and received a lot of praise from female demons, which made his peers jealous of him. That was why he had been sent here to do this time-wasting job. Since he was completely unprepared, he hadn't been in the mortal plane for very long, so he didn't know much. But just what he had said was shocking enough. Undead Emperor Osso from the desecration plane had actually personally come here. Although it was obvious that he had sealed himself and paid a heavy price to do so, making it impossible for him to use the full power of an undead emperor. Since he had absolute authority here, the high-level undead would definitely organize themselves and move about in an orderly fashion. It would be impossible for any internal conflicts to occur. This was doubtlessly bad news for us, who were standing right in front of him, especially right now, when we were still blindly roaming around in the gigantic Bardi Empire. If we were exposed and also came looking for me, a junior, to talk about old times, that would be truly troublesome. I definitely can't use brute force or act recklessly. It would seem that my choice was correct. Chapter 271. Sunlight shone down on the main hall. A sumptuous breakfast had long since been placed on the long table. In the empty main hall, there was only a couple who were currently having a meal together. In order to curry favor with the major noble Carolyn, the domain Lord Samuel directly gave up his luxurious manor to her. He and his family were temporarily living in it, which made it much more convenient for us. Black tea. Yep, here. Butter bread over there, thank you. No need to thank me. Big sister. Come, open your mouth. Let Carolyn feed you. By the time I finished interrogating Rex, it was already time for breakfast. Just as I walked downstairs to the main hall, I saw 2 green-haired ladies feeding each other. I found a random chair and sat down. I rang the bell to summon a waiter, ordered some food, and poured myself some wine. Just as I was about to enjoy the delicious food that I had been busy with for an entire night, I raised my glass, only to discover that wine was leaking out of my chin. Fine then. The waiter's expression of wanting to laugh, yet not daring to do so, was quite displeasing. Come, big sister, let's have some lipstick. Their intimate feeding once again escalated. Caroline's red lips moved closer to her other red lips, with a mouthful of lipstick in her mouth. When the tips of their tongues met, silver saliva dripped down and transformed into broken silver threads. Caroline's demonic hands were already reaching under the table. The plot seemed to be progressing towards the 18th century. Even though Caroline had taken the initiative to attack, she ended up kissing Caroline to the point of suffocation. Her naughty hands were still messing around. Half a minute later, Caroline collapsed on the table with a completely red face. Her swan-white skin was covered in strawberries, and there were still unbroken silver threads between her silver teeth and red lips that had fallen onto the table. Meanwhile, the victorious Lilith glanced at me in delight. She then used her fork to pick up a small tomato and bit into half of it. She then stuffed the rest into the mouth of her new captive, completing a new round of feeding. Although the FFF faction's motto is that only those of the same sex should be cherished, and those of the opposite sex should only be used for reproduction, why is it that the raging flames in my chest have transformed into flames in my hands as I look at this pair? In my shadows, countless black-robed individuals are shouting in my ears, "Burn, burn, burn!" Ouch! Just as I was about to turn my impulse into action, the pain in my finger bones called my attention back to me. As expected, the silly cat was lying on the ground. She had retracted her enchanted teeth and was currently enjoying the breakfast that I had just ordered. Silly cat, what are you doing? Don't act like a little virgin who hasn't tasted meat before. It's really ugly, you know. All right, I'll correct myself. All right, even if you're a 300-year-old virgin, don't make it so obvious. It's really embarrassing. How could the silly cat possibly understand our FFF group's anger? Just as I was glaring at her with raging flames, the silly cat transformed into a mature, golden-haired mature lady. She stretched lazily like a cat and even dared to give me a flirtatious look. Do you want me to teach you? Although I usually prefer pure girls, Princess Peach should be even more delicious. Her golden hair cascaded down to the ground like a waterfall, and her phoenix-like eyes were filled with intoxication. Her voluptuous figure was obvious as she stretched. Even though she was intentionally showing off her flirtatiousness, she was as elegant as a sage who was reading an ancient scroll. As expected of the golden elves, who were known as the most beautiful species. At this moment, she was both flirtatious and elegant. Even the two women at the other end of the table were shaken by her charm. All right then, it seemed that these two women's sexual orientations had already changed. As for me, my heart? Haha, silly cat. I've already said that whoever mentions Princess Peach again will be in for a hard time. I told you before that you weren't allowed to become taller than me. I covered my Wu Yen X head and angrily roared, "You're suicidal!" Wait a moment, you can't do that. Even if you don't understand flirtatiousness, you shouldn't. I already knew what was about to happen from our soul contract, but I was unable to finish my sentence. After a series of distortions, only a pink mace remained where I was. Yep, from today onwards, you're the legend-ranked divine weapon, Pink Rabbit Jam. Make my enemies suffer the humiliation of being killed by a pink rabbit jam. You perverted homo! From a certain standpoint, Lich Rex was a classic example of a bookworm. Although he wasn't as natural as Marguerite, who had transformed his soul casket into a soul bottle and placed it in the middle of his room, he was still quite the weirdo to carry his phylactery around with him. My body must be in the same dimension as my phylactery. I've only been in this dimension for less than half a month, and I haven't had the time to find a safe place to store my phylactery. I originally intended to find one during this trip. Oh, so that's why you transformed into Wu Yen X's head. It's Ghoul Dan. Rex's head. No, wait, what do you mean by head? This is my head. I'm quite creative with this idea, and it's quite discreet. Nobody would expect that a phylactery would be made into a skull. I can find a random grave and bury my head inside, then put on the head of the grave's owner. It's just a different head, and it'll be done in 10 minutes. You definitely haven't been to the mortal plane for a very long time, right? Or you didn't even become a lich in this plane. I looked at him with pity. If he really did that, it would probably become a tragedy and a comedy in other people's eyes. My lord, what do you mean? I indeed became a lich in the ice plane. Is this idea not discreet enough? If it was 160 years ago, if you could tolerate the smell of corpses, this would indeed be a good idea. However, ever since the legendary novel Grave Robber's Dagger became a huge hit, the main character relied on grave robbing to become a legend, and he eventually became the richest man in a country. Grave robbing attracted countless participants, and even the rules and factions of the profession were established. And after someone really dug out an ancient god equipment, many powerful individuals would shamelessly join this profession. A certain bad legend rank mage who was obsessed with this profession even invented the technique of detecting underground magical items. Many poor and insane mages would even take this part-time job. The soul fire of Rex's head on my waist kept flickering. I seemed to have guessed what would happen if I really did that. A lich's phylactery is a rare item that has a price but no supply. In the light of this magic, it's equivalent to a legend-ranked item. In that case, in at most half a month, your head will be dug out, and it will either be sold as an unknown mystical item or sent to the Holy Church as a cursed item to be purified. In that case, congratulations, the stupidest and funniest lich in history has been born. Rex's head remained silent, but the flickering soul fire doubtlessly indicated his fear. My mood also improved greatly, and my depression from being teased was completely gone. As expected, when I was in a bad mood, I had to make others feel even worse. Seeing someone else's bitter expression would improve my own mood. But although I was teasing him like this, there was no one else around me. Should I say that I didn't intend to? Although this all happened too suddenly, my plan still proceeded smoothly. The Bardi Emperor's imperial envoy had already been kidnapped by us, and since no human would be willing to stay in the same house as the undead at night, our sneak attack with only a few of us went smoothly and discreetly. No outsider found out about it. Lich Rex only had a Death Knight and a high-level abomination as his bodyguards. The rest were all temporarily summoned, low-level undead. The Death Knight first suffered a painful defeat that night, and then had a fierce clash with the black-haired female ranger at the very front during the sneak attack. The result? Cohen and Jan spent half an hour to put together the scattered parts of the Death Knight, but he still managed to change job class to the Headless Knight. Fragment. Little Red's punch even partially transformed into the shape of a dragon, and her punch carried a dragon's roar. It was obvious that she didn't intend to hold back at all. And then the Death Knight was undoubtedly smashed to smithereens. Even fighting back would be quite difficult. In my eyes, this only meant that Little Red had accumulated a lot of pressure after being chased for an entire night. Are you sure it wasn't because of your dark history? Still, that unlucky Death Knight didn't die an unjust death since he was able to fight against an immemorial dragon. As for that abomination, due to the fact that the Duchess highly disliked the corpse monster's foul smell and appearance, it was left outside the domain Lord's mansion to guard. When it finally received its master's orders and finally returned, it just so happened that Little Red, who hadn't gotten used to fighting yet, conveniently dismantled it. That small dragon breath even took away a stable. As for Carolyn's human bodyguards, things were even simpler. According to our standards, a middle-aged knight who was barely at the gold rank would look rather pitiful. He and his rookie bodyguards didn't even notice that everything was over by the time they started their daily morning exercises. But this wasn't the underground where legends could be found everywhere. In an ordinary human country, It would be quite impressive for a noble's eldest daughter to have a gold-ranked master as her bodyguard. Not to mention, Carolyn had only been temporarily assigned here for this mission. As for safety, even the captain of the top-ranked mercenary group in the Legraz kingdom was only at the gold rank. Without even mentioning the fact that a gold-ranked knight captain and a few silver-ranked mercenaries would be more than enough to sweep through the relatively safe Bardi Empire. When I learned that Carolyn's temporary guards only had a purely employer-employee relationship with her, I decisively had Carolyn dismiss them. It just so happened that the Grand Knight Captain drank a few more glasses under the enthusiastic encouragement of the local nobles yesterday. When he saw that the Duke's daughter seemed to have grown a little taller today, he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Perhaps it was because the alcohol content of yesterday's event was a little high. When he received 3 months' worth of salary, he smiled like a middle-aged man who had just received his year-end bonus. He was so happy that he could not help but express his gratitude. What happened after that was much simpler. Although there were some differences from the original plan, for example, the speed and degree of a certain Duke's daughter surrender. Fine, I must admit that thanks to a certain female vampire's outstanding persuasion skills and the efforts of the kidnappers, our plan succeeded even more smoothly than expected. But no matter how obedient and strange Carolyn appeared to be, I still couldn't trust her. How could the eldest daughter of a duke submit so easily? If she reported us to the government or asked the domain lord for help, we would be in deep trouble. Thus, we continued with our original plan. Lilith would disguise herself as Carolyn, although she now had a maid who looked similar to her. I would continue to disguise myself as the Lich Rex. With the help of the Lich's skull on my waist, I should be able to pass off the fake as the real one. In order to make it even more realistic, I even summoned my own night guard and abomination. Father, Dang wants to eat meat. Endure it, right? You can fill up the minced meat of the abomination at the entrance, but don't let anyone see you eating it. From a certain standpoint, that beast tamer, who carried many acres of farmland with him, gave me inspiration. If even his soul world could contain people, then it might not be impossible for my frigid winter earth to do the same. But after testing it out, due to the eternal rule of winter, normal resources would be easily damaged. It was probably because no life would be able to survive in that lifeless world of ice and snow. But if living beings couldn't do it, then the dead shouldn't be a problem. And so, after my experiment was a complete success, I placed quite a few low-level undead cannon fodder inside. However, it would be a bit of a waste to only bring cannon fodder with such a powerful ability. Considering that I might meet with some trouble during this trip, I decided to capture some high-level undead that could be of use. Thus, I borrowed Dang from Shiloh. In the end, I even received an unsolicited gift. Your Majesty, this armor is all sewn together, and it was glued together. How can I wear it? Just like other top-tier undead, the Ghoul King Dekar spends most of his time in his human form. With sufficient power of death, he could easily disguise himself as a normal Death Knight with the Death Knight armor. But the problem now was that Little Red was too ruthless. It took a lot of time to piece the armor back together, so it was obvious that it couldn't be worn anymore. Find a blacksmith to mend it yourself, or just use a paper clip to make do with it. You don't even know how much effort little Cohen had to put in to gather all the broken pieces. So stop complaining. Also, you were the one complaining about the boredom inside and wanted to come out for some fresh air. If you continue complaining, I will throw you back and replace you with someone else. Hearing that, Dekars, who was known as the mad dog of the battlefield, shuddered. He wasn't worried about the low temperature in that world of ice and snow, nor was it because he was bored and wanted to come out for some fresh air. That was just an excuse. Actually, I wasn't bored at all. Comprehending the rules of that world benefited me greatly. It was just that Gria was too bored inside, so when she started singing, I almost shed tears of sympathy, considering that if I were to replace her with someone else, she might just start singing happily the moment she came out. Then it would be our turn to be unlucky. I was also speechless. Back then, I only wanted Dang, but in the end, I ended up with the other 4 heavenly kings. Looks like they really have nothing better to do. Lionheart, pushing all the work to me, how can I not hate it? Of course, it wasn't enough for a group to only have undead. Very soon, we would coincidentally meet a group of foreign merchants outside the city. Then, after a freak combination of factors, we would end up with new guards and attendants. Also, the merchants would be recognized by the nobles of the city, and with the help of a certain feudal lord, they would obtain a pass to return to their homeland. The rest was even simpler. We just had to follow the plan, and then, at a certain divergence point, Carolyn's nature for sightseeing would be unleashed. Under the guidance of the Lich Rex, we would head to Victoria Harbor to look at the sea. Of course, these arrangements wouldn't be flawless, but it would be enough as long as we could deal with the current situation. By the time everything was exposed, we would have long since escaped. Or, before we finally met an obstacle that we couldn't continue on, we would travel as far as we could. When we walked out of the domain lord's mansion that had just been robbed and headed to the next noble's territory, I almost couldn't help but laugh out loud when I saw Samuel, who had been furious just yesterday, politely bidding farewell to Lilith. There was even a knife wound left by a chicken bone on his neck. Samuel's neck was still visible, and I almost laughed out loud. Ghoul Dan! Rex, perhaps there are even funnier ways to die in this world than yours. Chapter 272. If anyone who had been to Port Victoria before went there again, they would never be able to recognize this formerly prosperous city. Dimensional overlaps had transformed this place into a unique dimension that was rarely seen in the world. This place was both a part of the undead plane and a part of the mortal plane, but also a part of neither. Judging from how Undead Emperor Osso had personally arrived, it was highly likely that the death plane on the other side was the infamous desecration plane. That would be even scarier. Obviously, after the dimensional descent was completed, an endless undead army would enter the mortal plane through that entrance. However, the undead hadn't achieved their goal. According to the original Undead Emperor's will, after this place became a land of death, they would be able to move a large number of undead from the undead plane and gradually invade and expand this place into their own territory. At the very least, the natural laws of the undead plane would allow this city to become the new capital of death. Countless dead would crawl out of their graves, and the undead plane without any sunrise would basically be heaven for the undead. Even the undead lords would be able to enter the mortal plane through this entrance. Although the newly formed undead army might not be able to leave this area in a short period of time, with multiple undead emperors occupying this area, the undead with absolute power would no longer be afraid of any challenges. A new undead calamity wouldn't be far away. This was precisely why the Holy Church had unhesitatingly started a holy war. Unfortunately, there was a small mistake in their plan. Currently, Port Victoria and the surrounding port area were divided into 2 distinct regions. One was the undead plane that belonged to the undead. The other was a lush, emerald green forest under the sunlight. The trees were growing at a furious rate, and the greenery that covered the sky was a symbol of endless life force. The mysterious sun was also something the undead hated. The powers of life and death clashed against each other. The faint green mist released by the forest fought against the grayish-black aura of death. The undead plane's entrance, which should have been opened, was now forcefully stuck. This unique region was beginning to break away from the control of the 2 planes. The undead's vanguard army kept rushing over from the undead plane, but this magical forest was actually evolving and growing. Near the entrance of the forest, 2 groups of people were engaged in a cruel battle. One group was naturally the undead army, while the other group wasn't just a bunch of magical plants that couldn't move. These native residents were more like the descendants of a primitive tribe. Just by looking at their appearance, one could guess that this was definitely not a life form that had ever existed in this world. Most of them were humanoid, and their seemingly slender limbs were unexpectedly thick and powerful. They could easily lift objects that were several times their own weight. There were giants of different heights and sizes, ranging from less than half a meter to more than 10 meters tall. What they had in common was that they had emerald green hair, bark-like armor on their skin, and thorns and magical vines that wrapped around their bodies like clothes. Their bodies seemed to have obvious plant characteristics. From a distance, their elegant figures and beautiful faces, as well as their vigorous figures in the forest, made them resemble forest elves. However, from a closer look at their performance in battle, no one would mistake them for the delicate and sensitive elves. Their fighting style wasn't methodical at all. They only relied on their physical instincts, and their attacks were even more barbaric than barbarians. However, they were so powerful and shamelessly powerful. That's right, shameless. The undead would have to worry about their own soul fire being extinguished. Although they wouldn't die from serious damage to their limbs, their combat strength would be crippled. Yet, these plant life forms' attacks were all about taking their enemies down with them. Most of them fought in groups. The ones standing at the very front were the taller and stronger ones. They were incredibly strong in melee combat, and the vines behind them were as agile as their arms. Their joints would twist and turn as they pleased in battle. Their lack of fighting style also meant that they were incredibly difficult to predict. Melee combat units that didn't feel any pain and were incredibly strong were already difficult enough to deal with. Not only that, these plant life forms had an undying attribute that was even more ridiculous than the undead. Their heads were chopped off. If they retreated just a little, their heads would grow back. The tall tree giants were so excited about fighting that they directly tore off their own right arms and tossed them out, causing a large number of skeletons to explode. But that wasn't the end of it. Under the illumination of a green light, the broken pieces transformed into a new group of tiny tree ants that attacked in a new wave of attacks. What the high-level undead feared the most was that after they finally destroyed one of these abnormal tree life forms, a green flame would suddenly escape from the broken piece and enter a nearby tree. After a short while, a brand new tree warrior would emerge from the tree and join the battle. Not only that, this wasn't a simple undying body. The newly born plant warriors would often be even stronger and more skilled than the previous ones. In fact, they would even be able to learn the combat techniques of the Death Knight and Skeleton General, increasing their combat strength by at least 20%. This didn't seem like much, but if these tree warriors were revived dozens or even hundreds of times, it wouldn't be long before even sword saints appeared in this world. Due to the restrictions of the elemental tide and the dimensional will, the truly high-level undead were still unable to enter this dimension. And the low-level undead that the undead possessed as a gatekeeper were actually outclassed by the undead's ridiculously undying nature. And these wooden life forms didn't only have valiant warriors that didn't fear death. These seemingly petite creatures didn't seem to have much physical strength, but they were actually even more difficult to deal with. They were either manipulating the power of nature to cast all sorts of natural magic or natural talent abilities, or they were controlling the magical plants in the forest to attack. Just like their tribe members who were skilled at melee combat, they were also undying. The leader of the undead army was on the brink of despair. At the very beginning, these green-haired little creatures were as weak as gnomes. They could only tremble in despair under the cover of the forest and blindly run around to avoid the undead's attacks. But in less than a week, these abnormal life forms had already evolved to the point where they could fight directly against the undead army. That's right, these plant life forms were all independent individuals with emotions and thoughts. In fact, they had even developed their own language thanks to this forest's nurturing. And in the near future, they would also enter history as a species named with spirits named by Roland. If we can't destroy this forest, we'll never be able to win this battle. The undead knight, Cacarlo's conclusion, was basically the same as his companions. If they didn't destroy this forest, these abnormal wood spirits would never die. But in order to safely enter this forest, they would first need to kill off the wood spirits and magical plants that were in their way. It seemed that they had entered an endless cycle. This is basically impossible to deal with. It's as if we're fighting against a dimensional will. She has the support of karmic luck and an endless supply of backup combat strength. Meanwhile, our numbers keep decreasing as we fight. Look, our luck is getting worse as well. In the distance, an ancient durian who tossed an exploding fruit casually tossed it into the sky. He didn't have to worry about injuring his own allies. An undead knight and a wood spirit were locked in a fierce battle, and the flying shrapnel turned the undead into a hornet's nest. Even though there was less than 2 meters between the undead and the undead, the wood spirit was completely unharmed. If this was intentional, then this blind shooting ability would be more than enough to crush any elven divine archer. And if this was just a coincidence, then the probability of surviving unscathed would be ridiculous. Yet, such lucky people kept appearing, while the undead would forever be the unlucky ones. Even an idiot could tell that there was a problem here. In terms of experience, the Lich Andro was far older than the great Lich himself. As an old subordinate of Osso when he was still a human, Andro had experienced countless battles, including the dimensional wars. Andro's decisions were quite trustworthy. Although Andro was unable to level up due to his body's limitations and was only at the peak of the gold rank, Andro's experience and wisdom accumulated over the years earned Undead Emperor Osso's trust. Precisely because of this, when the battle reached a stalemate, Osso, who had already returned to the desecration plane, sent Andro out to investigate the situation. The dimensional will? How is that possible? The dimensional will of the He world had long since fallen into a deep slumber. Why would it make things difficult for them here? And if the dimensional will of the He world was truly enraged, it was likely that this dimensional entrance would have been sealed off long ago. Andro didn't reply. He simply looked at the forest that was brimming with life. In his imagination, an invisible arm had already covered him, and a demon-like existence was laughing maniacally in the shadows, mocking the undead army's uselessness. Damn it! How is this possible? Andro finally noticed that something was off. The high-level undead that had just collapsed didn't have its soul fire extinguished. Instead, it was being surrounded by a phosphorescent glow on the grass. The soul was gradually changing from a ghostly white to a greenish hue. The next moment, the soul was tossed into a tree, and judging from the protruding part of the tree, a new wood spirit was being born. The undead's corpse was devoured by the forest and transformed into nutrients for the forest. Meanwhile, the soul of the undead entered the forest soul and transformed into a new wood spirit. The undead army, which was the most skilled in battle, had met with the most troublesome of their kind. There's no mistaking it. It's currently stealing souls. This is basically an automatic cycle of reincarnation. This forest is the will of a new dimension. Damn it, we're in big trouble. Appendix: an excerpt from Archmage Victor's research in a lecture. Research on the origin of the wood spirits, A.D. 1541. It was quite difficult to believe that while the Holy War was still in full swing, the cursed dimensional descent, which took away millions of lives, created a new species, the wood spirits. Perhaps the current humans were already used to the wood spirits' hospitality and sincerity. They were friendly, hardworking, and peace-loving. They were also viewed as the representatives of tolerance and kindness. Very few people hated this species that was filled with kindness. However, very few people knew that the moment this new race was born, they had to face the continuous flames of war that they were destined to face, and they had been evolving and growing in the flames of war. For a considerable period of time after their birth, they were even seen as emotionless war puppets by the world. The most inconceivable part was that their creator wasn't a god, nor was she an undying existence from another dimension, nor was she an elf who viewed herself as the god of magic. She was just an ordinary human mage. That's right, there was no need to doubt that Amelia Milan was the same as you and I, who were listening to my lecture. She was an ordinary human mage who slowly became a legend. Although there were many doubts as to how Amelia Milan managed to create such a divine miracle, too much time had passed, and it was impossible to verify. What I'm going to provide here is probably the most probable explanation, as well as the one that is most accepted by the academic world. First of all, I need to mention that in the Mage country's records, Amelia's personality was slightly crazy, a little too extreme. What we can confirm is that she had long since transformed her physical body into a magical forest created by magical plants. Her soul had also transformed into the will of this forest. It was impossible for us to find out what this archmage from 1,000 years ago had in mind. However, the soul connection between the creator and the creator was quite obvious. Judging from her adorable children, the crazy and insane descriptions of the Holy Mother of the Jungle, as well as her lawless crimes, were obviously nothing more than artistic exaggerations and slander by those with ulterior motives. Let's not talk about the legends that were acknowledged by everyone. We could easily infer from the fact that Amelia Milan received elite education from the royal family when she was young, and even became a candidate for the Earth God Church's Saintess. This was back in the day, that she must have been a gentle and friendly saint mother. I'm saying this not because I have a wood spirit wife, nor am I worried that if I don't praise this wood spirit mother, I'll probably go home and sleep on a tree. Even my 2 mixed-blood sons won't call me father anymore. Laughter from the audience. Cough. Getting back to the main topic, let's start with the tragedy that happened that night. Oh, that was truly a tragedy rarely seen in the world. No wonder semi-god undead were always viewed as a taboo. They were truly vicious. 30 years of preparation was activated in just a single second, and that prosperous commercial city was instantly transformed into a dead city without a single living person. The moment that the dimensional descent occurred, millions of lives turned from life to death. Their hatred before death transformed into a physical curse. Not only that, the mystical dimensional structure of both the mortal plane and the undead plane made it impossible for anyone's hatred and hatred to be vented. The hatred and hatred circulated in that sealed dimensional space. According to the undead emperor's expectations, this entire area would become a world of the dead, and all the vengeful spirits and curses would transform into undead, becoming the foundation of a new land of the dead. But sometimes, no matter how much planning one had, it would still be impossible to overcome one pure coincidence. Perhaps the only thing that the undead emperors didn't expect was that Amelia Miran just happened to be in Port Victoria on that day. Although Amelia was a semi-god, she was still powerless against dimensional laws. In that instant, she also experienced the transformation from life to death. Archmages would always have many backup plans, such as a small trap that would immediately transform them into liches after they were killed. And just as I mentioned before, Amelia's entire body had transformed into a magical forest. Her transformation from life to death had only transformed her into a magical forest that had lost its consciousness. At the time, the undead plane that was connected to the mortal plane didn't have any plants. The dimensional laws also didn't have the existence of undead plants. At that instant, Amelia became a bug in the dimensional laws. She was both a collection of living plants, as well as an undead that complied with the dimensional laws. In just a short instant, she became the only living person in this tiny plane who had reached the level of a god. And just like that, she mysteriously obtained control over this newly born plane. That's right, it was an independent plane, not an intersection between 2 planes. The result of Victoria Harbour being stuck between the undead plane and the mortal plane was the creation of a relatively independent plane. And when the will of this plane's ruler was chosen, the descending process of this plane would stop. The newly born plane would instinctively search for a powerful will that was strong enough to bear the weight of the entire world. And the first will that was born in this plane would become the only candidate. Not only that, this existence just happened to be a soul that possessed semi-god power, so it naturally became the best choice among the best. As for information about the plane and the textual evidence that we use to come to this conclusion, you can check out Grand Mage Heloise's The Relativity of Space and Time and Grand Mage Roland Mist's 18 Rules of Dimensional Travel, 28th Revised Edition. This is probably the final edition. Oh, right, There were many academic works written by Roland Mist, but at least half of them were compilations of legends and novels, which were obviously fake works written by later generations. Usually, anything with more than 20 revised editions would be considered authentic, so make sure you don't get it wrong. Yep, getting back to the topic, when this temporary world chose Grand Mage Amelia as the ruler of this plane, Amelia just happened to lose her consciousness. The forest that was her physical body began to instinctively evolve, and countless vengeful spirits found a shelter to seek refuge in. The plains will had absolute control over the souls of its residents. This was one of the basic laws that Grand Mage Roland had researched. And because of a freak combination of factors, the Holy Mother of the Forest, Amelia, who had an extremely strong maternal nature to begin with, took in those souls and began to search for new chances for reincarnation. The plains was capable of creating life in the plane, and only the creator goddesses were capable of reaching the true divine realm. This was the second basic law the Grand Mage Roland had proposed. And so, because of a freak combination of factors, the Holy Mother of the Forest used humans and elves as models, as well as the structure of her own commonly seen trance. Using magical plants as a blueprint, she began to evolve and naturally created the first generation of wood spirits, the first wood spirits. The plains was composed of order and chaos. The most basic power of order was space and time, while the most basic power of chaos was evolution. This was the third law that Grand Mage Roland had concluded. In front of the dimensional will's power of order, twisting space and time wasn't much of a problem at all. It wasn't impossible to accomplish 1,000,000 years' worth of evolution in an instant. The threat of the undead plane caused the Holy Mother of the Forest to instinctively increase the speed at which her people evolved. And after receiving the blessings of time and evolution, the wood spirits, as the world's favored children, rapidly evolved in that world, developing their own history, culture, and inheritances. The long and drawn-out war against the undead army sharpened this new species' survival abilities and will. That was how the wood spirits of today came to be. They were contradictory species that excelled in combat, yet were also kind and amiable. As for why the wood spirits were used to calling Grand Mage Roland my father. It was class over. All right then, if you wanted to hear more gossip, then please listen to the next class. Chapter 273. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Continue to work hard. When young Baron Matt welcomed us, he tried his best to squeeze out a flattering smile that made me feel uncomfortable. It was as if he was a muscular gorilla trying to imitate a young girl's smile. All right then, this Baron Matt's physical characteristics were revealed. Apart from the fact that he wasn't covered in black fur, he was nothing more than a muscular gorilla that stood upright. We followed the Imperial Envoy's arrangements perfectly. We only stayed at Baron Matt's residence for one night, but that was more than enough time for us to do many things, such as accepting bribes, and extorting people. There wasn't much time left. Young Baron Matt was quite tactful and directly got to the point. The Bardi National Bank's token money was already in front of us. Due to the Bardi Empire's strong centralization of power, the Bardi Empire's gold coins had gradually been replaced by the more convenient fiduciary paper money. This small gift was 2 stacks of the highest denomination paper money in the Bardi Empire, which was equivalent to at least 50 to 60,000 gold coins, which was more than enough to buy a medium-sized manor. You're insulting my professional ethics. Although I said this, my tone was abnormally calm, and I looked elsewhere. It was obvious that I didn't look him in the eye. My meaning was quite obvious. How is this enough? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Baron Matt grit his teeth. He recalled that although he already had a count's territory, due to the Bardi Parliament's obstruction, it had already been 3 years since the last application to increase his count's rank. If it wasn't for the assistance of a major figure in the Bardi Empire, he would probably remain a baron for the rest of his life. If something happened, he wouldn't even be able to keep his territory and his descendants' inheritance. Matt, who had once been an adventurer, could be said to have started from scratch. As a half-step legend, he was a famous warrior within 100 kilometers of the Bardi Empire. He and his companions had built up a considerable amount of wealth during their adventuring career, and as a pioneer knight, they had built up a territory from scratch. This could be considered a classic example of a salted fish turning over a new leaf and becoming famous. Unfortunately, the noble's tradition of valuing bloodline and family was deeply ingrained. Matt had never been able to remove the title of Bumpkin Baron from him. The Baron title that he bought didn't even have the right to inherit. His overly rich and vast territory was also coveted by the surrounding domain lords. All sorts of trouble had never stopped. Not having a title that matched his territory had always been his greatest weakness in the noble system. After Orlos completed his reform of the noble laws, all promotions for Baron and above had to be approved by the capital's noble senate. Matt didn't have any military achievements to begin with, nor did he have any background. It would be impossible for him to be approved for a count title. Matt had experienced the cruelty of war, and he didn't want to risk his life for the sake of his hard-earned and comfortable life. So he could only slowly live out his days as a baron. He had also consulted with scholars who knew about noble heraldry and knew that his only hope was to seek refuge with a noble who could have a say in the capital. But if those great nobles were to take a liking to him, he probably wouldn't be ridiculed as a bumpkin. Matt was quite satisfied with being a noble. After all, he had outstanding personal strength and the heavy hammer he wielded. The nearby domain lords wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, his son was getting older and older. If he couldn't get the right to inherit the title before he came of age, then this territory would be taken back by the Bardi Empire after he died. How could Matt, who had worked so hard to reach this point, be willing to give up? Today, Baron Matt encountered a once-in-a-lifetime piece of good luck. The arrival of Rex, the imperial envoy, and Carolyn, the eldest daughter of Duke Matt, caused Baron Matt's burning ambition to become Earl Matt reignite in his heart. He had already heard that high-level undead were even more useful in front of Emperor Roland than archdukes. As long as this Lich helped him say a few words, this matter that seemed like a small matter to major nobles would instantly be resolved. Matt was used to being stingy, so he felt pained when he saw that the imperial envoy Rex actually felt that his gift wasn't enough. After all, this meant that he would have to pay a large amount of money. But even more than that, he was delighted. At the very least, Rex was willing to accept his gift. Why am I so cheap? Why am I so happy that someone is willing to accept my money? Of course, Matt definitely wouldn't show his annoyance and regret. He would rather bury this delight deep within his heart. In order to prevent himself from being viciously ripped off, Matt's expression was pained and annoyed. In fact, he even had an expression of hesitation and regret. However, I laughed. As expected of a muscle-bound cannon fodder, he didn't even know how to act. If he was truly pained or hesitant, why didn't he just leave? The muscles on his face were about to twitch. His fake anger was as fake as it could be. However, I didn't intend to expose him. Otherwise, how could I possibly obtain what I truly wanted? Sincerity is the most important thing. I thoughtfully glanced at the silver myth-ranked warhammer at Matt's waist and smiled meaningfully. This time, there was no need to pretend anymore. Matt truly had a bitter expression. Epic weapon, undying killer, attack power, 30-30, special effect 1, undead butcher. All undead that are hit by this attack have a certain chance of being instantly destroyed. Special effect 2, divine protection. Summon a golden holy domain that will resist the invasion of evil. Duration of 30 seconds. All who forcefully invade will receive 5 holy light damage per second. Special effect 3, special effect 4. Since the user isn't a warrior of the gods, they cannot be activated. There's a line of silver, twisted words on the hammer's handle. This warhammer once belonged to a true holy knight. Only a true holy knight will be able to utilize the full power of this warhammer. System notification. Instead of being a sword saint, do you really want to be a hammer saint? Comrade Luo Dachui. I actually saw Grave Robber's Notebook and 18 Ways to Use the Luoyang Shovel on the bookshelf. I instantly understood how this powerful commoner-born individual had obtained such a holy war hammer. At that moment, I even hesitated whether or not I should give this loyal fan of mine an autograph. The moment I saw the name of this war hammer, I made up my mind to get my hands on it. My name is Undying Killer, and this war hammer is called Undying Killer? This is so unlucky. I can sense the evil intentions of the world. Yep, after I obtain it, I'm going to give it to Heloise to eat. These abilities are perfect for her. As for whether or not Heloise, who used to have an undead body, would have a stomach ache from eating it, that was something I didn't even consider from the very start. At the very least, that holy sword, Pale Justice, contained the power of holy light, which made the past Heloise unable to eat it. This would be a perfect opportunity to see if she had become stronger after her evolution. I was still hoping that she would be able to continuously evolve and surpass a true god equipment. But then I suddenly thought about how it seemed rather strange to use a lowly to chop people up. But then I remembered that she was a 10,000-year-old fake girl, so I instantly calmed down. Tremble, mortal! The pink rabbit jam has gained a new ability. Undead, your end is nigh. Death isn't shameful. Dying in front of this god equipment is true humiliation. Yep, tie 2 butterfly knots on the top of this club, draw a smiley face, and put a plush pink rabbit toy on it. I couldn't help but laugh out loud as I thought about how embarrassed and unwilling my enemies would be when they were beaten to death by this club. The Lich's high-pitched soul voice echoed in the room, causing Matt to instinctively shiver. However, Heloise was the first to become dissatisfied. If you dare to do such a thing, I'll dare to cancel my transformation while you're fighting against a strong enemy. At most, I'll go on camera completely naked and have your reputation as a demon beast king spread throughout the entire mortal plane. All right then, thinking about how the mace I swung out suddenly transformed into a naked young girl, it felt rather awkward. It would seem that the silly cat still needed to be taught a lesson. I temporarily gave up on this idea. Right now, the first thing I needed to do was to extort this extraordinary war hammer from her. It seemed quite difficult to make a warrior hand over his personal weapon, not to mention that he was a top-level warrior who was half a step away from legend rank. But the current Matt was no longer the warrior from 5 years ago. His peaceful and prosperous daily life had worn away his fighting spirit. His only hope was to obtain his own territory and noble title. And, as expected, you came here for this? I was wondering why an imperial envoy and a duke's daughter would come to such a remote territory like mine. It seems that I'll have to hand it over in order to protect my territory. In fact, Matt had long since realized that more than half of his reputation as an undead killer was due to this hammer. While his reputation was rising, when the undead became one of the main forces in this country, he would naturally attract a lot of inexplicable hostility and bring trouble upon himself. This would be the same as wearing a Dragon Slayer set of equipment and dragon skin armor in front of a dragon. It would definitely be the same as using your face to attract the attention of the undead. It would be strange if you didn't die. As expected, I can't avoid it? Perhaps it's a good thing to hand it over now. At the very least, I've made my attitude clear. Matt reluctantly glanced at the high-quality warhammer at his waist and carefully placed it on the ground. Of course, a lich wouldn't dare to touch this holy warhammer. Meanwhile, the female knight behind the lich immediately picked up this heavy warhammer. She couldn't help but fondle the warhammer lovingly. The moment that warhammer touched her, it began to glow silver and give off a mysterious aura of fighting spirit. Perhaps she felt that her old master had made her lonely for far too long, and she was looking forward to the day when she could return to the battlefield. A holy knight? No. How could a knight who believes in the holy light possibly be together with a lich? She should be a holy samurai of some god. Matt soon forgot about his doubts. The most important thing was whether or not the lich would be satisfied with his sincerity, and whether or not he would be able to obtain the title of nobility. In a sense, this was also the tragedy of a hero in his twilight years. To be able to start from scratch, he might have been fearless when he was young, but when he truly had a warm family and enough wealth, he lost the courage to fight and fight. If he was still an adventurer, and a noble dared to steal his war hammer and the wealth in his pouch, he would have long since used the Tempest hammer. As for those evil nobles who took bribes and bullied commoners, he would kill them one by one. If he occasionally met someone with a powerful background, he could also beat them up and run away. This was the case for the legend-ranked Lich before him. If Matt had been in his prime, he would have dared to summon his comrades to help him slay the Lich. But unfortunately, he now had to suck up to the Lich and bribe him. Sometimes life was so ironic. But now that he was in his prime, not only did he become a member of the nobility, he even voluntarily gave away his treasures. All he wanted was for the title of nobility, which he had looked down on in the past, to increase his status so that his wife and son could benefit from it. Matt shook his head and tossed all these unnecessary thoughts to the back of his mind. There was nothing he could do if he missed this opportunity. The hot-blooded hero of the past did his best to recall how corrupt officials and evil merchants who he despised had tried to please others. He then did his best to smile and bend his knees, even though he hadn't been hit by an arrow. As for me, I only smiled and couldn't be bothered with all this. I simply indicated for Jan to put away her warhammer. It's good that you understand. If you also die, I'm willing to recommend you to become one of us. Right? You should know that Lady Carolyn is especially fond of adventure stories. She's especially fond of adventurers' notebooks and hand-drawn maps. These are treasures that she's always been looking for. If you have these, it won't be difficult for her to speak up for you. Adventurers' diaries were records of one's past adventures, as well as a symbol of one's past glory. But since I'd already given away the weapon that was my lifeblood, these mementos of my past glory wouldn't even count for much. Soon, I returned with a cart full of handwritten notes and geographical information. Actually, these information, especially the hand-drawn maps from veteran adventurers, were my true goal. That warhammer of mine was only something I casually smashed down on the ground. Of course, if a real Lich had been here, his first thought upon seeing this warhammer would probably have been to directly kill Matt. Dispersing the members of Carolyn's entourage far too quickly would delay us from revealing ourselves, but it would also cause us to lose a guide. Of course, it wouldn't be much of a problem if we just followed the predetermined path, but it would be far from enough to satisfy my goal. Nobody would be willing to only use the underground tunnels to escape. Being a competent young miss, it would be a miracle if Carolyn had any knowledge of the geography of the country or had a map with her at all times. However, in this era, maps and city coordinates were actually classified military secrets. Even drawing and studying maps required specialized talents, something that was extremely difficult to obtain among the commoners. However, I knew that there was a certain special job class that would try their best to obtain the most comprehensive map possible. In fact, they would even have secret paths and paths that weren't on the official map. They would even mark out the threat level of each location and things to take note of, making it easy to use. Yep, I didn't even need to guess. Of course, they were professional adventurers who didn't have a fixed residence. In terms of mobility, there were probably very few job classes that could compare to them. Not only would they not bring a map, a compass, or any information support, but they wouldn't even bring enough food and water to go on an adventure. That wouldn't be an adventure, it would be suicide. A veteran adventurer's personal adventure journal and map would be far more detailed than any official information source. I wanted to obtain a copy at all costs in order to help me escape if I was hunted down in the future. By the way, since every adventurer's personal adventure journal was vastly different, their adventurer's journal would focus on completely different things. For example, a certain dragon's journal was basically filled with travel notes about wine, food, as well as maps of each location's harvest. It would definitely be a treasure that any drunkard would desire. Due to certain special reasons, My personal travel journal was basically an account that intentionally minimized emotional elements. Although there was a tremendous amount of information, it was boring and tasteless. Just reading it would make me want to sleep. A gnome adventurer's journal could be used as a guide for local merchants, while a beastman adventurer's journal was filled with fighting and killing. As for Adam, how could a musclehead like him possibly have the brains to write a journal? Although the mat in front of me was also a musclehead, it seemed that his wife, who was also an adventurer, was quite meticulous. Her diary was very detailed, and there were many records about legends and history, which just so happened to be what I urgently needed to add. Of course, I didn't lie to this rather old former adventurer. At the very least, I didn't give him a single promise. I simply accepted his gift. It was all his own misunderstanding. All right then, seeing how he was so understanding, I indeed casually told Carolyn that she would be able to take care of such a small matter with a single note. All that mattered was that she would be able to return to the Empire's capital. As for why I wasn't so sure, that was because, based on the current situation, it was highly likely that she would elope with Lilith. After making such a huge profit, I was still sitting down and making plans for my future when the silly cat suddenly came looking for me. She had a rare, serious expression on her face. "Roland, there's something that you need to take a look at. This time they're playing quite big. It could be said that they're even more overboard than you were back in the day." There was a large, empty area in Baron Matt's residence's backyard. Large amounts of grains were piled there, and in one of the storerooms, Heloise wanted to show me the grains that could be found anywhere. The golden wheat still had the frost of winter on it, and it was quite cold to the touch. However, in my eyes, there was nothing different about it. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with this? Don't you feel that there's something wrong with the grains that we've been eating recently? They have a special sweet taste. I originally thought that it was a special taste caused by the water and soil here, so I came to take a look at the situation with the grains, but I opened the storeroom and tore open the ears of the wheat. I placed the grains in front of me and slowly chewed on them, carefully tasting them. There's indeed a special sweet taste, but it's also somewhat familiar. It's just like, even though it was already on the tip of my tongue, I couldn't remember what it was. Casolin's tears? Yep, that's the taste. Wait a moment, Casolin's tears. That's the best way to touch upon undead magic. Heloise transformed into her human form and twisted the golden grains in her hand, transforming them into a fine powder. She then used a series of equipment to purify the powder, add some supplementary ingredients, stir and combine them. In the end, all that was left at the bottom of the bottle was some grayish-black liquid. She handed it to me, and I drank it all in one gulp. I could feel the slightly excited power of death in my body, which was my conclusion. There's no mistaking it. This is the taste of Casolin's tears. I've replenished all the mana I used while carrying those skeletons earlier in the day. This bottle of Casolin's blessing is at least an excellent potion. This Casolin's tears is of an excellent quality. Casolin's tears were by themselves non-toxic and harmless. However, potions made from its main ingredient were the favorite of undead mages. Casolin's blessing was an excellent potion for recovering death magic. It could also gradually change the drinker's physique and increase their control over undead magic. It was basically the favorite of undead mages. Pure Casolin's tears had long since become a forbidden product of the Holy Church. Not only that, it was difficult to cultivate them. If all the food here had been contaminated by it, then it definitely wouldn't be a coincidence. I could faintly sense the existence of a massive scheme. Perhaps Casolin's tears by itself weren't poisonous, but it was one of the best ways to touch upon undead magic. Many powerful spells and forbidden spells would contain Casolin's tears. I absolutely refuse to believe that the mastermind behind this scheme would use so much Casolin's tears just to improve the taste of the grains. Has all the grains here been contaminated? Damn it, is that undead mage so insane? What does he intend to do? However, Heloise shook her head. I've already asked around. These grains were all just harvested from the surrounding fields. Apart from the farmers, no one else has touched them. They even just entered the warehouses yesterday. How is that possible? Wait a moment, could it be the source? I had an expression of astonishment and disbelief. If what I guessed was true, then this would be far too much of a grand scheme. Yes, I've already asked around. These grains are all high-quality seeds from the capital. The average harvest is twice as high as before, and they're all over the country now. Many people have been eating these grains for more than 10 years already. Eating Casolin's tears for more than 10 years meant that this person's affinity with undead magic had reached an incredible level. Were they intending to mass-produce undead mages? No, there was another possibility. This was a secret technique passed down among high-level undead mages. Heloise had obviously guessed at this possibility as well, but she appeared rather hesitant. After all, such a conclusion would be far too insane. You should know that undead mages who consume Casolin's tears for a long period of time are more than twice as likely to transform into high-level creatures that retain their intelligence after death. Damn it, that madman would actually do such a thing. It's said that all undead emperors are insane. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. The game's storyline only mentioned that the Bardi Empire would rapidly fall into the hands of the undead calamity. I never expected that there would be so many twists and turns. If the undead calamity was activated here, the entire Bardi Empire would become a land of the undead. Just how insane would someone be to do such a thing? Congratulations for triggering the epic side quest. Why is there a Resident Evil in another world as well? The Zombies series of achievements have been unlocked. You've exchanged for special gunpowder weapons for fighting zombies. Enjoy the fun of playing Resident Evil in a magical fantasy world. System notification, I'm really impressed. You didn't activate the main quest, but instead activated the hidden side quest. If you don't want this fantasy adventure to become a Resident Evil apocalypse, hurry up and go to the Cloud Tower to accept the main quest. Chapter 274. Looking at the system's golden words, even I had the urge to smash my head against the wall. Epic quest my ass. We're already facing a Resident Evil quest. Isn't the difficulty a little too high? This was supposed to be a fantasy world, so why was there a Resident Evil? What did unlocking firearms mean? Do you really intend to watch me learn how to use a gun and play Doomsday Escape? There was still no response to his continuous complaints. The only thing in front of him was a worsening situation. Being able to increase the amount of Casolin's tears in ordinary grains and allow them to grow naturally would be the equivalent of creating a special species. I was unable to do such a thing, but other undead emperors who controlled entire undead planes might be able to do such a thing. At this point, I could more or less guess what the undead emperors were planning with my system's notification. Casolin's blessing, which had already been refined into a potion, was something that ordinary people couldn't drink. Casolin's blessing was a tonic and mana potion for high-level undead mages. However, the human body's adaptability was astonishing. It would be fine if it was only a small amount, but if it was accumulated over time, it could even change the human body's constitution. If the entire Bardi Empire had been eating this type of grain for more than 10 years already, then it was likely that most people in the Bardi Empire would have an astonishing amount of Casolin's tears in their bodies, which would make them astonishingly resistant to undead magic. And if an undead plague or undead calamity arrived, it would likely be the end of everyone playing Plants vs. Zombies. Not only will the undead calamity's transformation and spread greatly increase, I'm afraid that a large number of high-level undead will also appear. I think that Toilet Bowl Baron can at least be turned into a Death Knight Lord. The undead scourge never lacks cannon fodder. They're only short of the middle-level backbone and the highest combat power. It's Matt, not the toilet. Fine, I know that now isn't the time to comment on this. If it were me, since the government has already given me so much support, spending 20 years to train a group of necromancers wouldn't be a problem at all. When the time comes, The undead army will still have a large number of mid-level officers and liches as backup. But now, even if the conspiracy is right in front of us, what should we do? The moment I asked Heloise, who was speaking smoothly just now, was instantly speechless. Yes, what should I do? Just because the undead emperors discovered the problem didn't mean that they were capable of solving the problem. The undead emperors had prepared for decades, but we had entered the game far too late. It was just like a game of chess that had already reached its end. The undead emperors had already grasped the overall situation, and it was impossible for us to reverse the situation. Find the remaining undead army and fight to my heart's content? First of all, the enemy was a high-level noble that the Bardi Empire recognized. Attacking a noble from another empire would be no different from declaring war. Even if I didn't care about all these random side effects, I still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Out of the 13 undead emperors, I would need to use a god's descent just to deal with 2 of them. If the undead emperors were the most senior ones, perhaps even a god's descent wouldn't be enough to deal with them. Fortunately, for some reason, I didn't sense any signs that an undead emperor was descending. If an existence of this level completely descended, there would definitely be obvious signs. The true gods would definitely send down divine prophecies. Since everything was still calm, it seemed that the undead emperor's dimensional descent plan had met with unexpected obstacles. While everyone else was only thinking about how to defend against the undead emperor's invasion, my considerations were far more complex. After all, I had once been one of the undead emperors, so I knew quite a bit about them. It was quite normal for others to view the semi-god undead as demons that would destroy everything. However, I knew that the undead emperors had their own thoughts and goals. They definitely weren't brainless villains who would destroy for the sake of destroying. It's absolutely impossible to transform the mortal plane into a plane of the undead. That would be the equivalent of destroying the cycle of reincarnation and simultaneously declaring war against the Order main gods and Chaos main gods. Not only that, the undead plane's living environment is actually more suitable for the undead. But if they intend to participate in this war, they'll need to choose one side to participate in it. No, at least temporarily ally with the undead. The undead definitely don't get along with the Holy Light, but they also have a terrible relationship with the Chaos demons. It doesn't seem possible for either side to cooperate. Could there be a third party? Or perhaps they intend to act alone. But why are they investing so much? Many thoughts flashed through my mind. Just what was the undead emperor's goal? If I didn't know this, it would likely be impossible for me to come up with a suitable strategy. Ask the Holy Church for help? Now that they had already declared war. Even if we tossed all this evidence in front of them, it would only make things worse. Sneak into the Bardi Empire's capital city? Let's not even mention the fact that we couldn't do anything else right now. As long as the Bardi Empire wasn't an idiot, the Bardi Empire's combat strength would definitely be insanely high. Even a true god's clone would likely be unable to return. It would seem that we'll have to use that W plan. What? You're actually going to use that plan that has no conscience at all. You need to think more about the consequences. Aren't you afraid of endless trouble in the future? I've already thought it through. No matter what the consequences are, at least it's better than the current situation. Right? Help me think about how I should write my report. Okay, first tell me what W plan is, and I'll immediately write it for you. Just what kind of plan is it? You actually need to write a report? Who do you intend to write a report for? Looking at the silly cat's expression as she tried not to laugh, I knew that I had been made fun of again. You don't even know what W plan is, and you're saying that this plan has no conscience and will cause endless trouble in the future? Are you kidding me? I'm just kidding. First of all, you've never told me anything about this so-called plan, but every time you come up with some grand strategy, you're always insane and will cause endless trouble in the future. Even if I don't know the specifics, I know that you're definitely not a normal person. All right, I was instantly stumped by this question. It seemed that there was no room for me to refute it. Describing this plan as lacking conscience, insane, and endless trouble in the future wasn't wrong at all. The core idea was since the other party has already flipped the table and started messing around. Since we can't play by the rules anymore, we might as well just blow up the room. I thought that the silly cat had peeked at my plan from somewhere, but it seemed that I hadn't even thought of this plan for a few days, so it was impossible for it to be leaked. Since that was the case, I might as well explain it a little. After I finished explaining the plan, just as I expected, the blonde young girl revealed a face full of shock and disbelief. Her eyes seemed to be roaring, "Just what is your brain made of?" She didn't even realize that saliva had already flowed to the side of her mouth. She was basically no different from a spoiled young girl. However, as expected of a 10,000-year-old fake young girl, whose accessories could be sold as antiques, she soon recovered from her shock, and after thinking about it, she began discussing the details with me using her abundant knowledge. "If you eat everything by yourself like this report won't be approved. We need to make some changes to give our partners a chance to profit and maximize the profits. This way, even if we don't take the initiative to do it, the other party will do it themselves. After all, you only want the final result. In that case, it might be a good thing to slightly lose control of the plan. If you want to eat everything by yourself, be careful that you don't get killed by the higher-ups. The older, the wiser, as expected of an existence whose age couldn't be verified. With her help, the success rate of this plan increased by at least 30%. Since I had already thought it through, I began writing the report on the spot. By the time I submitted the report, it was already dawn. Who did I give the report to? Dragon Outyen's mass production plan? 1 day later, even Ale himself paused in surprise for several minutes as he read through the thick letter that Wumians sent over. Due to my relationship with Wumians, as long as I purposefully thought about something, I would be able to transmit my thoughts to Wumians. Wumians would then use logic to determine the feasibility and effectiveness of this plan. After discovering that it was indeed beneficial to himself and the law, he would naturally adopt it. And now that this plan was in ALS hands, it meant that it was impossible for Wumians alone to handle this W plan, so he needed to find reinforcements. How insane, but it does seem feasible. Elliot sent a letter to Patricia, Catilo, and Benny. "Just tell them that our little brother has a good idea. We're going to have some fun. Perhaps they'll even have a chance to become main gods." After hesitating for a moment, Ale stopped his subordinates. "Forget it. Let's call them over to discuss this. Irene, increase the vigilance level of the Death God's divine kingdom. Make sure to keep this a secret. Otherwise, it'll be fun if the Order faction starts a civil war. Little Roland, you're throwing a huge amount of trouble at me. It would seem that I won't be bored for the time being." Of course, I didn't know that this proposal would give some true gods quite a headache, nor did I know that the Bardi Empire's continuous meetings would test the true god's wisdom and experience. And right now, we were still faced with the Bardi Empire's dire situation. Large amounts of food had been mixed with Casolin's tears. If any undead magic was triggered, the consequences would be unimaginable. But what does that have to do with me? I'm no savior of the world. Just leave saving the world to the Holy Church. Besides, the situation is already in such a terrible state that I can't do anything even if I want to. Even I, who was a Chinibu, knew that there were things that could be done and things that couldn't be done. This was a scheme that the undead emperors had set up for many years. Directly jumping in like this would be the equivalent of fighting the undead emperors head-on, which would be no different from suicide. Not to mention, I lacked the ability to deal with the details. The Bardi Empire had been eating these crops for more than 10 years already. If I said that there was a problem with these crops, even if I confirmed it, the first thing I would receive wouldn't be a solution to the problem. Instead, it would cause widespread panic and the Bardi Empire's plan to be activated in advance. Of course, there would also be a large-scale food shortage. It was likely that the Bardi Empire would have long since abandoned the original crops, massacre the entire city, not to mention the undead calamity hadn't even arrived yet. Even if the undead calamity arrived, the entire country would already be in such a state. Where would I start massacring them? After massacring them, it would be convenient for the undead calamity to summon more undead. I would even take the blame for the undead calamity. So, since the problem was already so big that it was impossible to deal with it, it was actually easier to deal with it. At any rate, I didn't care anymore. I would just do what I needed to do. This huge scheme had already been tossed into the heavens along with my report. Let the undead emperors worry about it. Yep, I had successfully extravagantly shifted the blame to the Bardi Empire. I was definitely not going to do this anymore. If I really had to change anything, I would say that from today onwards, my group would no longer be eating the local crops. Of course, Heloise and I were exceptions. This was perfect for replenishing our energy. Since I had already discovered all this, I unhesitatingly said goodbye the moment the sky brightened. The situation had already deteriorated to such a degree. The undead had probably already taken control of this country decades ago. There was no meaning in continuing to wander around the Bardi Empire. On the way back, I used Carolyn and the others' blood to conduct a small experiment. However, I unexpectedly discovered something unexpected. The citizens of the Bardi Empire had at least 3 times the amount of Casolin's tears in their bodies compared to the locals. It would seem that the citizens of the Bardi Empire had started eating these crops much earlier, which was why they were poisoned even deeper. However, there was nothing we could do about it. All we could do was follow our original plan and continue walking down the streets, extorting and extorting as we filled up our own wallets while heading towards Port Victoria. But that was basically impossible. Matt, not every noble was someone who wanted something from the Bardi Empire. Most local nobles were the local rulers of their region. It was only natural for them to be hostile and on guard against the central government, and the more remote a region was, the more they would maintain their faith in the Holy Light. It was also only natural for them to be hostile towards the undead. Since we were representing the Bardi Empire, we were quite considerate on the surface. However, after our warm treatment, there was a certain estrangement. Every time we went out, we would be glared at with hostility. I felt quite complex emotions being treated like this. From a certain standpoint, this was a good thing, as it meant that the Bardi Empire wasn't completely united. At the very least, remote regions still had their own way of thinking. However, I still felt quite displeased that others were always so on guard against me. When we arrived at the crossroads leading to Port Victoria, we finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was the Bardi Empire's new territory, so they didn't have much control over it. Even if something really did happen, we would have a high chance of escaping alive. However, right after we entered the Bardi Empire's manor, we heard 2 headlines. The first was that Pope Bardi had officially declared a holy war. He requested that all countries of faith send reinforcements within 2 months and form a crusade against the Bardi Empire. For Pope Bardi to make such a decision, it might have something to do with the information we sent out. As for the second headline, there was probably no need to gather any information at all. It was enough to see it with one's own eyes. The dazzling volcano erupting under the white clouds in the distance was the best evidence. I could still feel the earth trembling and the earth and fire elemental energy going berserk even from thousands of kilometers away. A forbidden spell, and it's an earth and fire elemental dual forbidden spell. The news was quite simple, but the content was quite thought-provoking. The mage country had responded to Pope Bardi's summons and officially declared war against the Bardi Empire. Their first wave of attack was a forbidden spell against the Bardi Empire's Fortress of Frost. The Bardi Empire suffered a major defeat, and the defending Bardi Empire lost at least 100,000 elite soldiers. As revenge, the Bardi Empire's Super Ace Dragon Knight Squadron had already entered the battlefield. An epic battle between archmages and dragons was about to begin. A full-scale war between the 2 mega-empires was about to begin. H.E.'s 7 Infernos preface. Demon's Whispers has ended. Times have changed. Chapter 1. The Vulture of War has been temporarily sealed due to your efforts, due to the peaceful rise of the underground world. The third act, Calamity of Despair, has been activated ahead of time. System Notification, what will come will come. Chapter 275. Nitrain City used to be the capital of the 17 New Moon countries, but now it was only a small city on the outskirts of the Bardi Empire. However, the one in charge of this city was the Bardi Empire's Dragon Knight, Archduke Helent Winston. Many mega-empires had their own trump card armies that had been passed down for countless years. The Bardi Empire's most famous army was its Dragon Knight army. Dragons would forever stand at the top of the food chain, and they were one of the few gold bloodline species in the world. Even the weakest of them would be equivalent to a human gold rank. As long as they learned some hunting techniques and magic, even ordinary legend rank warriors would be helpless against these flying beasts. After all, dragons could fly, while ordinary warriors could only get beaten up on the ground. The Dragon Knight contract was usually a contract between a powerful warrior and a dragon's, and basically only the strong would be recognized by the dragons. However, the result was an obvious paradox. The weak, who needed the dragon's power, would never be recognized by the dragons, while the strong who were recognized by the dragons didn't need the dragon's power. In that case, the Dragon Knight naturally became a legend. That was why even if there were one or two weak individuals who coincidentally obtained the Dragon Knight's recognition, it wouldn't become the norm. And as humanity's combat strength decreased, the Dragon Knight, which was the ultimate form of aerial combat, became fewer and fewer. It was already quite rare for a powerful country to have one or two Dragon Knights, and most of them were young dragons that were hired at great expense. Their combat strength and willpower were all questionable. However, there was one country that had always been an exception. The Bardi Empire had never had less than 50 Dragon Knights. Even the weakest Dragon Knight was at the gold rank. It was incomprehensible how the Bardi Empire was able to obtain the dragon's recognition so easily. Some people said that the Bardi Empire obtained the dragon god's secret treasure, while others said that they had a long-standing alliance with the dragons. But no matter what, due to the large number of Dragon Knights, the skies would never belong to the Bardi Empire's enemies. One of the reasons why the Ottoman Empire developed aerial battleships was because it treated those damned Dragon Knight knights as imaginary enemies. Helent Winston was the vice commander of the Dragon Knight army. The commander was a member of the royal family, and the current leader was Emperor Orlos. He was one of the top 10 most powerful generals in the country, and he was ranked 67th on the famous generals' rankings, the Dragon Knight Archduke. The current Bardi Empire had a total of 72 Dragon Knight members. 60 of them were divided into 12 small squadrons. Roland himself commanded 5 squadrons of 25 Dragon Knight members. Even without mentioning his identity and status, his personal strength was astonishing. The dragons he was riding on were the adult blue dragon Cloudstorm Sishusler, who was quite famous among the dragons. He himself had become a legendary warrior 10 years ago, wielding the legendary Thunderhorn. He had once killed 100 Griffin Knight single-handedly on the battlefield. He was also a famous general. 1 year ago, he silently left the Bardi Empire's capital and brought all of his subordinates' combat strength to this city. At the time, this had caused quite a commotion. As the former capital of the Bardi Empire, Nitrain City was a classic example of a fortress city. But ever since Archduke Helent moved here, not only did he bring a large number of troops with him, he also invested a large amount of funds and resources into protecting the city. Numerous cannon towers and defensive towers were built, and the city walls were reinforced over and over again. Originally, everyone found this quite strange. After all, fortresses often required imaginary enemies. Nitrain City didn't have any neighboring countries, so Helent's actions seemed completely unnecessary. But after the Victoria Port incident occurred, Nitrain City became the only way to reach Port Victoria. Only then did everyone learn what Archduke Helent was guarding against, the undead. While the Bardi nobles were astonished by Archduke Halent's choice, in less than a year's time, there were almost no bandits in the area. Due to the constant appearance of dragons in the sky, Night Rain City gained a new name, Rain Dragon City. When we first entered the city, a sudden downpour covered everything, making it easier for us to enter. Since Archduke Halent was also a guest from the Bardi Empire's capital, Lilith and Carolyn's identities were switched again in order to avoid bumping into him. Since Lilith was the eldest daughter of the Bardi Empire's main faction, her documents were even more authentic than the real deal. But, if possible, I still didn't want to meet this famous dragon knight, Archduke Halent, in person. That was why my plan was to enter the city as inconspicuously as possible and first gather information before considering whether or not to meet with Archduke Halent. To be honest, if it wasn't necessary, I didn't even intend to pass through this city. Carolyn, how's your relationship with Archduke Halent? Have you met him before? He's a little scary. Carolyn, who had been clinging to her maid for quite a while, finally answered me. Her voice was filled with a mysterious tremble and unease, as if she had recalled something frightening. From her scattered words, I roughly understood Bardi noble's impression of Halent. He never participated in any noble banquets or social events. If he had to attend any formal gatherings, he would always appear in his military uniform. He even had the guts to carry a sword in front of Emperor Halent. Although he had offended many people, he had also gained the recognition of many military commanders and commoners. He was a representative of the Bardi Empire's true power and hawks. As for why Carolyn was so scared, it was because her father, who was also a duke, had once invited Halent, who hadn't inherited the title of Archduke yet, to be his swordsmanship teacher to his 2 children. This was doubtlessly a method for nobles to rope in and get close to each other. However, Halent obviously took it seriously and forcefully trained Carolyn and her younger brother strictly according to military standards. The 2 siblings who had been spoiled since childhood were bullied to the point of death. Even after Carolyn's father personally begged for mercy, Halent still persisted in his opinion. Let them go. Since they're now my subordinates, I can't allow them to continue being unqualified soldiers, even if Emperor Halent begs for mercy. The 2 of you only have 2 choices: complete your training or die. When Halent's soft voice echoed in the courtyard, for some reason, nobody dared to look directly at the general. That formless might was just like a dragon patrolling its own territory. There's no mistaking it. Dragon's might. I came to a simple conclusion after hearing this description. Perhaps the Bardi Empire's Dragon Knight was mysterious in the eyes of many, but after so many years, some things had long since been revealed. First of all, the Dragon Knight was basically a family inheritance. Secondly, it was easy to learn from previous battles that most of these knights weren't pure humans. What flowed in their veins was the bloodline of dragons. They were a group of dragon descendants. Unlike the magically created draconians, dragon descendants were naturally much stronger. Most of their ancestors were true dragons, and they would often inherit part of dragons' power and natural talents, making them quite difficult to deal with. The Bardi Empire's Dragon Knight was a dragon descendant. This might be a secret to ordinary people, but in the world of the strong, it wasn't much of a secret. The true secret was how to keep a dragon descendant in a human country and how to have a dragon descendant become a dragon knight. Indeed, as a dragon descendant was a mixed blood of dragons, it was quite easy for dragons to have a good impression of them. However, having a good impression of them was one thing, and having them work for them was another. Even if they were distant relatives, there was no reason for them to ride on someone else's back. And if a dragon descendant spouse was an ordinary human, the power of their bloodline would naturally thin out. In just a few generations, they would be no different from ordinary humans. Just what was going on with these dragon descendants that had been passed down for thousands of years? It was truly incomprehensible. To be honest, I was even more unwilling to meet this legend-ranked Duke Helent after hearing all this. After all, the Eye of Truth, one of the necessary natural talents of immemorial dragons, specialized in seeing through all sorts of illusions and disguises. Deception would basically be negligible in front of Little Red. But if we met a dragon descendant who inherited this natural talent, it was likely that all our secrets would be exposed. But right now, I wasn't in the mood to guess at the secrets of these dragons. After all, if anyone was struck by a 500-kilogram great sword and sunk into the city walls, it would be impossible for them to remain relaxed. 1 minute ago, right after we opened the city gates, a figure that wasn't particularly tall appeared in front of our caravan amidst the heavy rain. Heavy rain pelted down on his waterproof hood. His naturally curly golden hair maintained its unique characteristics in the rain, and his golden vertical eyes gave off an aura that would make any living creature tremble. Archduke Helent! When Carolyn muttered Helen's name, I was still trying to think of a way to deceive him. But the next instant, that huge steel blade that was as tall as a human sliced into my body. I didn't even have the time to react before I was sent flying several dozen meters and embedded into the city wall. I've said it before, filthy undead are not allowed to enter my city. Trespassers die. Helent spoke in a soft voice, but nobody would doubt his determination to kill me. If he had only attacked the Lich, perhaps there would have been room for negotiation. However, someone was already unable to restrain himself, and his surging killing intent transformed into a physical pressure. You dare to hit, father? Dang, who had been slowly following behind the caravan, was originally napping, but now he suddenly became furious. The next instant, the already gigantic abomination instantly increased in size by more than 10 times, becoming a giant of flesh that was even taller than the city walls. This time, even Helent revealed an expression of astonishment. A strong individual's aura wouldn't lie. This giant abomination in front of him was definitely no ordinary creature. The pressure it gave him far surpassed even that of a legend-ranked Lich. Could it be that the undead were plotting something again? Helent's expression remained calm, even as that gigantic foot was about to stomp down. He knew that his old companion wouldn't allow any danger to befall him. *Pa. Dang was knocked down by a heavy object before the foot even landed. What suddenly pounced on Dang was a blue dragon that descended from the sky. Thunder and lightning circled around the blue dragon, and the berserk thunder gave off an even more frightening aura. Blue dragons on rainy nights were the favored children of storms and thunder. Right now, this was its strongest home ground. Damn it, where did this monster come from? However, this majestic blue dragon wasn't in a good situation. A piece of flesh had already been cut off from one of its lower limbs. Just one contact with the giant abomination caused it to be at a disadvantage. The giant abomination's skin had teeth that could devour corpses and bones, and a piece of flesh was bitten off the moment it came into contact with the giant abomination. Dang is going to eat you. The furious Dang didn't intend to hold back at all. His distorted body transformed into the scariest nightmare. The gigantic giant abomination transformed into a gigantic dragon spider that could devour dragons. With just one exchange of blows, the adult dragon abomination became tiny in front of Dang and was viciously sent flying. The Dragon Knight Archduke was still as calm as ever. It was just that the horn at his waist was already at his mouth. Since the undead had already torn all pretense of cordiality, the next battle would no longer be a local battle. It would be a battle between the undead and the Dragon Knight. Dang, back down. Right now, I was burning with anger. I didn't care if you were an undead, a Dragon Knight, or a Dragon Knight. Since you had already slapped me in the face, I would naturally return the favor. My berserk magic transformed into a black mist, while the power of death transformed into pitch-black shadows. These were my servants of death. Being immersed in the darkness, I seemed even more like a boss than a boss. It had been a long time since I had been hit in such a sorry state. The only thing that proved that I still maintained my rationality was that I was still maintaining my Lich form and only intended to use magic to fight. Roland! I sense that something's wrong with the situation. Calm down first. Be more rational. Heloise was warning me. But did I even need this silly cat to remind me? It was obvious that something was wrong with the current situation. We had clearly come in without permission, yet the Dragon Knight had immediately attacked us. It was quite obvious that there was something fishy going on. I'm quite rational. I'll use my rationality to kill him. The end of all things, frigid winter. A huge amount of ice magic gathered on the ancient arm, and the green soul fire turned into a pale white ice flame. It would be impolite not to return the favor. Since you attacked me as a greeting, let me use a tactical spell to return the favor. Is this your rationality? You're probably using your knees to maintain your rationality. Halent watched as the heavy rain in the sky instantly transformed into snowflakes. For the first time in his life, he wondered if he shouldn't have gone out today, or if he had found the wrong person. Chapter 276. Due to the unique geography and climate of the surrounding mountains, it was quite easy for Nitrain City, which was built right next to the mountains, to become a place where dark clouds gathered. And since the rainstorms always occurred at night, when the temperature was lower, the city received its poetic nickname of Nitrain City. In terms of military affairs, Nitrain City had a high geographical advantage, and the rainy weather was also an advantage for the fortress's defense. The slippery mountain roads made it difficult for siege weapons to be effective. Under Halent's management, the entire mountain was being artificially modified, and this fortress was expanding at a frightening speed. Based on the current construction speed, it was expected that Nitrain City would become one of the most powerful fortresses in the world within 2 years. But today, what the city guards saw wasn't the usual rainy night. Instead, it was a snowy night that had long since disappeared in spring. At first, it was only snowflakes the size of rice grains. Following that, snowflakes began to fall, and in the blink of an eye, it became a blizzard so heavy that it was difficult to even see one's own fingers. The Lich stood there, and the ground around him transformed into a field of snow. Just by releasing his own magic, he was able to change the environment. Without a doubt, he was an incredible archmage. Perhaps he had already reached the threshold of saint rank, but so what? No matter how strong he is, have we ever feared anyone? The 500-kilogram diamond greatsword was trembling slightly due to its wielder's excitement. The dragon-eyed knight sensed his opponent's threat, and he had already found the most valuable prey. With a low roar, all the muscles in his body naturally entered a state of overload, as if he was a wild beast hunting for food. Full! Halent muttered a magical rune in a low voice, causing blue and white lightning to flash around his greatsword. The dancing lightning illuminated his face, and Halent's overly handsome face, which was filled with the desire to do battle, now had a steely decisiveness to it. His thunderstorm greatsword was strengthened and enchanted by draconic magic, and every time he swung it, it would summon lightning and thunder, increasing its power by 30%. Not far away, Dark Cloud Storm, Sishusler viciously glared at Adang, who had already transformed again. He was just about to flap his wings, intending to fly up and launch a new round of attacks, when he suddenly felt a light footprint on his forehead. Only then did he react. "Little guy, if you can't die, don't move." Above its head was a young human female. However, in the blue dragon's senses, it felt as if she was a 1,000-kilogram boulder. The giant dragon species engraved their ranks into their bloodline. This was the first time the noble blue dragon had felt true terror. This was a superior aura that even an adult blue dragon would be unable to resist. The dragon king of the color dragons, primordial dragon, adult dragons, ancient dragons, and ancient dragons. Under normal circumstances, every advancement would take thousands of years. The difference in strength was huge, and this huge difference in draconic might suppress the adult blue dragon, making it unable to get up and could only bow down. No one would believe it if this was told to others. With two unknown individuals as opponents, the illustrious Dragon Knight, Archduke, and his dragon were completely suppressed in just a single exchange. Right now, I was enjoying my battle against Helent. Icicle. There was no incantation. There weren't even any magical waves. I extended my bony middle finger, and it glowed with a white light. It then transformed into a gigantic icicle-shaped breath of ice that resembled a dragon's breath. The cold was already upon him, but Helent's expression didn't change at all. He unhesitatingly swung his sword downwards. His sword clashed with the icicle, and the icicle was reduced to snowflakes. The crackling thunder sword actually easily sliced apart the icicle breath. A special ability to break through magic? It seems that it's not an enchanted magic sword, but a natural talent of my species. When fighting against dragon, demon, or god's descendants, apart from needing to be on guard against their much higher basic stats than ordinary people, I also needed to be on guard against all sorts of natural talent abilities that were impossible to defend against. Asterisk snap. Asterisk, I snapped my fingers and numerous icicles shot up from the ground where the charging knight was standing. I lowered my head, protected my face, and used my shoulder as a spear to attack. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the sword-wielding knight didn't stop. He actually managed to shatter the icicles. However, judging from the shattered pieces of his armor and the fresh blood on his forehead, he wasn't having an easy time either. However, Helent knew that maintaining a distance from a mage who had reached such a high level in ice magic would basically be suicidal. Only the courageous would emerge victorious in a direct confrontation. Even if he was injured, he needed to close the distance between us. You actually like to ram? All right then. I'll let you ram to your heart's content. Come, ice wall. I clapped my hands together, and numerous ice walls appeared in the path of my charge. Large amounts of rain and snow fell down, making this place my domain and home ground. How is this possible? Doesn't this Lich require a casting time or a mana vacuum period? Even though Helent's cold expression remained calm, the unfamiliar mage in front of him obviously had extraordinary spellcasting abilities, which he couldn't understand at all. But even so, he still had a chance of victory. 5 meters! A battle between a mage and a warrior would always depend on distance. Even a mage who was 2 power levels higher than a warrior would die if a warrior managed to close in on them. Ring of ice. The more I fought, the more skilled I became. Although I was shouting the name of a normal ice magic spell, I was actually only using the most basic ice magic, ice sculpting. Elemental sculpting seemed simple, but it actually had countless wondrous uses. The simplest elemental model would be constructed, and then I would use mana to place the basic particles in place. A horizontal pull would create an ice wall, a vertical pull would create an icicle, and a circle around the opponent would create an ice ring. This was different from the past when I had to forcefully control the ice and snow. The ice and snow here were like extensions of my will and arm, so it was no different from fighting with my physical body. Asterisk smack. Asterisk this time. I suddenly clenched my fist in midair and swung it down with all my might. A formless fist of snow suddenly descended without any warning, attacking from a blind spot above Helent's head and smashing him into the ground. Oh my, it hurts just by looking at it. Only after the heavy fist landed did the smoke begin to disperse. A large crater appeared in the ground, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Just like me, Helent didn't even get a chance to scream before he was smashed into the ground. The large hand of ice and snow also began to dissipate. Just from its appearance, this technique seemed similar to the high circle magic spell Bear's Fist, but it was actually just the most basic ice sculpting technique. The only difference was that the sculpting technique was a bit larger, so the mana consumption was still negligible. If I had only been able to mechanically copy a mage's basic spell model in the past, at most someone would have taught me that 1 + 1 = 2, and I would have been able to come up with 10 + 10 = 20. But the current me had obtained formulas and calculation methods, so I could easily modify simple spell models as I pleased. If I want to condense ice and snow into a solid form, I'll need the ice element to be the tightest. Although it'll be sturdy and sharp, it'll be much slower. If I want it to be fast, I'll just need to condense thin particles. If I want it to become rays of light or mist, I'll need to calculate the reaction force. My bony hands were filled with large chunks of ice and snow, as well as merrily singing ice spirits. Under the influence of my magic, they would occasionally transform into mist, icicles, or colorless and odorless ice. Their shape, state, and size weren't a problem at all. With a single thought, I could change their forms. With a single thought, I could distort common sense, omit unnecessary processes, and omit the restrictions of common sense. This was the foundational magic I could use as I pleased. Oh my, how interesting! As if I had found my favorite toy, I wholeheartedly focused on controlling my ice and snow magic. I even forgot that I was currently fighting against the incredibly famous Dragon Knight, Archduke Helent. Clang. Indeed, I seemed to have forgotten. This pained sound was the sound of my head smashing against a sturdy layer of ice. My pitiful little dragon descendant. I hope that he doesn't get a concussion. It would be terrible if he was injured too badly and left with a psychological scar. I might as well just smash myself several hundred more times and forget all about it. You little thing, it's impossible for me to dig a hole and ambush you. How many times do you think I've fought against those worms? The ground has long since frozen over. I'm just waiting to smash into the wall. From the moment that Helent summoned a lightning enchantment, I knew that he was most likely a blue dragon. And blue dragons, who were skilled at controlling lightning and thunder, loved to build their nests in deserts and barren hills. They were naturally skilled at digging holes. Their natural talents included sand movement and earth movement, so of course I would be on guard against them. The snow in this area was getting heavier and heavier, although I hadn't created a soul world yet. All the preparations were complete. All of my mana had been converted into pure ice and snow elemental essence. They were the paint I would use to copy the Northland scenery, while the foundational magic ice sculpting was my brush. My copy of my world of ice and snow was complete. Snowflakes kept falling, and the ground was now covered in a thick layer of snow. This small piece of land transformed into a snowy mountain, and the magical crystal tree was also faintly visible in the snow. From a distance, it seemed to be nothing more than a beautiful, snowy scene. However, just like the freezing Northland's winter, death traps would often be hidden in the clean, snowy scenery. If one didn't understand the rules of the snowy mountain and only acted on their instincts, then a greedy traveler wouldn't be able to see the next spring. So this is my soul imprint, the Ice Walker? Oh my, it's just what I like. I apologize that I didn't get to see your true power until today. The snowflakes in the air could transform into lethal ice blades at any moment. The accumulated snow on the ground could suddenly collapse or freeze at any moment. The layer of ice under the accumulated snow was even beginning to silently form ice blades. The reflection of light from the ice and snow created an illusion of endless white snow. One wrong step would either cause me to fall into a bottomless abyss or forever sleep with the ice and snow. The ice element kept falling along with the snow. The ordinary street had transformed into a giant snowy mountain. This seemed like a tremendous amount of mana, but actually all I needed to do was use my mana to summon ice and snow. Since the snowy scenery had already been created, all that was left was to slowly admire it. As expected, fighting against opponents of similar strength levels was an excellent way to improve myself. In the past, my opponents' power levels had been completely uneven. They were either so strong that I couldn't defeat them without using cheats, or so weak that I could defeat them with only one hand. This time, I was forced to use ice and snow magic to fight. This was a long-awaited, full-power battle, but it allowed my many years of accumulation and recent understandings to explode, transforming them into actual combat strength through actual combat. I could sense that deep within my soul, the Ice Walker soul imprint that had been reconstructed was now faintly glowing. It was growing stronger under the nourishment of the silver light, but it seemed to have become much smaller, only about 1/4 of its original size. Everyone only has one soul, and only one soul imprint. Do I have to reach the standard for all 4 abilities before I can enter the legend rank? I didn't need to say anything else, nor did I need to search for a reason. It was as if I had received some sort of heavenly revelation. I already knew that if I wanted to enter the legend rank, I would have to gradually summon all 4 soul imprints, and I would have to improve myself. Others only need to experience it once, but I need to experience it 4 times? And finally, I even need to try fusing with them? What kind of hellish difficulty is this? Forget about ice magic. I learned it wrongly in the past, but it's fine to change it. That counts as an improvement. However, my attainments in law, holy light, and death are almost at the peak of the world. How am I supposed to improve? Why does it feel like it's even more difficult for me to enter the legend rank than it is for others to enter the semi-god rank? Now that I knew my future path, although I kept complaining verbally, a nameless fire was burning in my heart. I wasn't a masochist who didn't take the normal path, so of course I would have complaints about the ridiculously high difficulty of entering the legend rank. However, I also knew that there was no such thing as luck on the path of cultivation. The harder it was to advance, the greater the rewards would be. Since I had to pay 4 times the price, even if I didn't pay 10 times the price, I would at least pay back 5 times the price. Soul Imprint Ice Walker has been completely activated. All ice magic effects have been increased by 20%, and mana consumption has been reduced by 20%. You have obtained the passive ability, King of Winter. System notification. Your opponent is still alive and well. Stop daydreaming. King of Winter, passive when the surroundings are completely covered in ice and snow. Transform into the Lord of Ice and Snow, greatly increasing your control over ice and snow. When the ice and snow elemental cycle is completed, the surroundings will be treated as your personal domain. You will only need to pay a small amount of mana to maintain the domain of ice and snow. As my understanding of ice and snow improved, my soul imprint was completely activated. Under its buff, the snowflakes also became larger, and it became much easier to control fine ice and snow. Although it didn't seem like an improvement, the overall improvement in all aspects brought about a fundamental qualitative change. And right now, in a battle between 2 people, if one of them suddenly became stronger, it was only natural that his opponent would be unlucky. Now that I had complete control over this area, all the thin ice and snow within several hundred square meters became my eyes and ears. How could that little lizard underground possibly escape my senses? Roland's heavy punch. The heavy punch of ice and snow descended, and the dragon knight that had just popped its head out of the hole was hit by the heavy punch of ice and snow. It could only viciously dig back into the ground. The blue dragon saw that its master was at a disadvantage, so it angrily roared and struggled to get up. However, Little Red, who was on its head, fiercely stomped its foot, causing the blue dragon to howl in pain and collapse to the ground. And right now, I kept loudly shouting out the name of the spell as I viciously smashed it down on the ground. Since this was a completely original spell, according to mage customs, as the creator, I had the right to name the spell and add the inventor's name as the prefix. This was one of the highest honors for a mage. I had been eyeing Heloise's Shadow Steps and Amelia's Fruit Ripening spell for a very long time. Now that I had the chance, of course I would enjoy it. Roland's Ice Arrow, Roland's Ice Blade, Roland's many types of ice palms. Haha, I'm not a magic idiot. I want to fight 10 of you. Since his ambush on the ground had failed, Helent would have to return to the surface if he wanted to recover from his disadvantage. He kept smashing down on the Dragon Knight with all sorts of ice spells, and it was as if he was playing whack-a-mole. Just as I was proudly planning to go apply for patent for this spell in 2 days, the silly cat actually jumped out at me again. Roland, new spells require innovative magical principles and unique spell models. Do you have one? All right then, although it would be easy for me to trick noobs, I wouldn't be able to trick experts. While I could casually make up names, these seemingly different spells were still just variations of the same first circle spell, Ice Sculpture. Even if it had powerful control and control abilities and was very mana efficient, it was still only a basic spell. The Dragon Knight hadn't died even after taking so many hits, which meant that its attack power was obviously insufficient. It still needed to be perfected. Dragon Knight? Why does it only know how to run? Why don't you change your name to Cockroach? Large amounts of ice and snow transformed into giant ice blades that pierced through the ground, threatening Archduke Helent, who was underground. The most fatal part was that the ice and snow kept spreading like the roots of a large tree. It would soon catch its prey. He's obviously taking it out on me. I think he's angry because he's embarrassed. You're still calling yourself an adult? It's me? You're so immature that you're taking it out on others when you're in a bad mood. And you're always saying that others are immature. All right then, I'll pretend that I didn't hear my own people ridiculing me behind my back. Actually, this mysterious battle had already ended. While it was true that any ordinary mage would instantly die if a powerful warrior managed to get close to them, most situations were like this. The warrior would be dragged into the mage's battle rhythm, and even if he had tremendous strength, he would still be unable to get close to the mage. He would only be able to run around and be toyed with until he died. And if this situation continued and the cold continued to permeate the ground, the earth would be frozen solid. Naturally, his natural talent of traveling on the ground would become useless, and it would be impossible for him to come out even if he wanted to. So this is the Dragon Knight, Archduke? Although this is within expectations, isn't it a little too disappointing? Heloise seemed to be addicted to ridiculing me as she immediately retorted, "Don't make it sound so easy, with your equipment and frigid winter's buff. Do you think there'll be any difference even if your opponent is a saint-rank warrior? That child is quite unlucky. From the very start, your frigid calamity aura kept stacking on top of each other to slow him down, and he was foolish enough to smash into an ice wall with his bare hands. I think that stacking on top of each other to such an extent has completely messed up his sense of time. Right now, we're at least 3 times his normal speed in his eyes, as expected of the fastest blue dragon bloodline. It's already quite impressive that he's able to dodge your magic attacks." Heloise seemed to recall something as she spoke in a rather displeased tone. "Your ability is too insidious, especially that frigid calamity aura that slows down time. Anyone who doesn't have information about it beforehand will be at a disadvantage." Oh, I almost forgot. I didn't expect such an ability to exist. In that case, his normal speed is more than 3 times what he's displaying right now. That's truly dangerous. Although I said that it was dangerous, I actually didn't care about it at all. However, some people were impossible to judge based on common sense. The sudden development proved that Heloise had great foresight. Even though I had increased the speed of the Dragon Knight, I had still underestimated the dragon, Descendant Knight, before me. Along with Helent's angry roar was an explosion of thunder. In order to make it easier to attack the enemy underground, when an ice blade pierced into the ground, the frozen ground there would instantly thaw. Although it was only a few milliseconds worth of time, Helent actually managed to jump out of the ground while being obstructed by the earth. Helent's angry roar shattered the descending ice blade, and his vertical pupils glared at me as if they were about to spit fire. The next instant, I understood how he managed to grab that 1,000th of a second to successfully rush out of the ground despite being repeatedly slowed down. Helent suddenly raised his greatsword and swung it backwards with great force, crashing into the ground and using the recoil force to throw himself out of the ground. So it's the recoil force. I instantly understood. Halent seemed to have discovered that he was being forcefully slowed. But since he was unable to dispel it, he came up with a stupid idea. Since his movements were being slowed down, then he would use the recoil force to throw himself out of the ground. This wouldn't slow him down at all. It was truly difficult to do such a thing when time was being sped up by 3 times, as well as to seize the opportunity. First, one would need to have beast-like instincts and the ability to predict movement coordinates. Even without all that, his ability to react in such a desperate situation was nothing to be scoffed at. However, I unhurriedly started chanting an incantation. I had long since prepared a dimensional door at such a far distance, so I increased the distance between us and continued smashing at the mole. Aim. The dragon descendant showed off his trump card. He tossed aside his great sword and suddenly spread his wings. Blue lightning surrounded his body as he transformed into a physical cannonball that instantly accelerated. The fastest dragon showed off his natural talent ability. The next instant, his blood-red eyes appeared right in front of me. It's over. It's over. Both dragons said the same thing. Blue Dragon sounded rather delighted, while Little Red simply shrugged in boredom, as if she didn't care at all. As for me, I smiled as I looked at Halent, who was flashing with lightning. I slowly reached out my hand towards air, and my adamantine staff that seemed to weigh several tons appeared in my hand. Then I lowered my head, twisted my body, and swung my staff at the ball of flesh. Home run! Ha! What demon is this? Take this from Old Sun. However, no one responded to my comment. With a beautiful home run, Halent flew backwards at twice his original speed and crashed into a wall. That's right, a wall. He was completely and utterly embedded into the wall, causing a part of the wall to collapse. He was in an even worse state than I was earlier. Ha! I'm the white robe gone. Rex. My magic is top-notch, and my staff techniques are top-notch. Who said that mages don't know martial arts? Ada, you want to compete with me in strength? You're 200 years too young. A normal dragon would only have around 25 strength, while a dragon descendant would have, at most, 23 strength. And with the divine power bracers that I had obtained from the earth elemental god, my brute strength had already surpassed the 30 mark. Dragons were on completely different levels. However, I didn't have the time to continue mocking my defeated opponent. Perhaps I was having too much fun just now, or perhaps Halent had some special communication technique. But while I was busy fighting with Halent, we were gradually surrounded by the enemies who were using the cover of the rainy night as cover. At this moment, there were more than 10 dragons in the sky and on the surrounding city walls. Who knew how many more were hiding in the shadows? Malicious gazes gathered behind us, while shadows of death circled in midair. The dragons weren't impatient at all. They had plenty of patience against powerful opponents, so they enjoyed hunting together. Should I say that I'm honored? We actually directly met with half a Dragon Knight squadron? Sigh, this battle is so strange. But before I could even think about how to deal with this, an elderly voice spoke up in midair, followed by a silver dragon descending from the sky. Your Highness Fina? Is that Princess Fina? Little fellows, what are you doing? Stop your attack formation. This is Princess Fina, a true member of the Bardi Empire's royal bloodline. I'm Johann, the leader of your Night Guards. Hearing that, Lilith was shocked, and her face was full of disbelief. She did not expect to meet an old acquaintance here. But if the other party was a dragon descendant, it was only natural. 1 or 200 years was nothing to the dragon clan. Lilith suddenly took a step back, as if she instinctively wanted to escape. But when she thought about Amelia, whose status was unknown, and how things had developed to this point, it was impossible to avoid Nitrain City, no matter what. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and nod. Sir Johann? Long time no see, but please call me Lilith.